is I could hear my floor is wood. It was wood. I could hear someone pacing back and forth on the wood right next to my bed, and my bed wasn't on a frame, so it was on the floor, like on the same level as obviously the bed is like a foot thick, not even, probably like 8 inches, 10 inches thick or whatever. But I could hear footsteps going back and forth along my left ear, not like stepping next to my net, but I could hear it coming into my left ear. Someone was walking back and forth on the floor next to my bed, and then when the sleep paralysis came or whatever, I could get up and move, but I was freaking out, but I knew that the sleep paralysis was gonna leave because it always does. Like I always wake up with it and then it goes away. But I just remember like fucking kind of freaking out and then being like, okay, just stay calm. Like you're going to like unfreeze or unparalyze in a couple, like in 2 minutes, in 30 seconds, something like that. Like, but I just remember fucking hearing someone walking back and forth next to my bed. And I was home alone. Like my parents and sister weren't home or anything. It was very, very fucking strange. That was the only weird sleep paralysis I've had. But as per normal sleep paralysis, man, every time I sleep on my back, there's like a good, I want to say like a good fucking 20% chance it's going to happen to me.
Denounce it, bro. Denounce it. Because I denounced it, never happened to me again. I was on my stomach when it happened. But it just denounced it. Like, so the only other crazy thing I don't even like talk about, I said it, I messed with the Ouija board, and it for sure, like something crazy was happening, and this thing was like growled at us, and we caught it on camera. Like you could literally play the growl on camera, literally. So like, it's just a fact. Like there was 3 people there. There were 3 people. We heard a growl after I was messing with the Ouija board, and I started like talking trash because the thing was moving around, but then like messing with us, it growled at me. And I'm just saying all that to say that like I denounced it, right? Because I was like having this weird kind of stuff happen like the rest of the night, and I denounced it. And in both scenarios, yeah, I never had anything happen again. So I would strongly suggest like denouncing any generational curses or any like ill intent, any energy with ill intent or malevolence or like any like evil demonic energy or anything like that. Like just denounce it, like assert your power that the creator gave you and denounce it. And I of course would say in the name of Yeshua and Yahuwah, right? But I would just say to denounce it, bro. I wouldn't just like accept sleep paralysis as a thing you'll just have to always deal with or anything. I don't. Just my opinion.
You know, that is a good point, man. Maybe there is something, because I have been sleeping on. I've never slept on my back, like essentially for my entire life. I've never slept on my back. I've always slept on my side because of that. Because I would wake up in the middle of the night and not be able to fucking move. But whenever I sleep on my side, it doesn't occur. And I learned that at a kind of like a young age, essentially. So I've always slept on my side. Maybe there is something that, yeah. I mean, now that I'm kind of like saying it, it's kind of weird to admit.
Well, if you were young, then like denounce generational curses as well, right? Because a lot of us have inherited generational curses, bro. And it makes sense on just like a basic level, right? Like if your ancestors have done things, you know, like it can carry over to you, in my opinion.
I would agree. I agree. It's funny how it is a little bit like funny how you said it though. You're like, yeah, we all have curses. We all have generational curses. But it's true. Yeah. I mean, there's like deep. Well, I mean, that word curses, I would be curious to hear what you think on that, like that term, because I guess maybe I would use the term karma, just using that in a general sense, or like just like ancestral memories and events, and like there has to be some level of a system of like credit or debt, you know, connected to everything that's happened within our ancestral line and our family line, and even our racial line, like even going to the racial level as well at some level of it.
Yeah, sure. The concept of karma would be kind of what I'm saying. Curse as in like an open door of like that that energy that's kind of like seeking balance for what was previously put through the door. I don't know how else to say it, but like, yeah, there's just like a door open that your ancestors opened, and you have to like close it. You know, that's how I view it. But I'm just saying, I you know, it actually worked for me, so that's what I tell people. It's like use your intention and conviction, and your connection with the creator, and your relationship with the creative force, right? And I'm using these terms so that everyone can kind of relate, but I would say, like, you know, in Yah's name, but just denounce it, like with conviction. Like, I think understanding that you have power is super important. Like I heard people say, like, oh, they would heal people, and you know, and they would say in Jesus' name. And I've seen so many people fake stuff like that, you know, like fake stuff in churches. And I'm like, this is just, you guys are just ridiculous. But then I started, like, I stepped away from religion and I started like reading everything myself. And then I decided that I had this moment of clarity where I'm like, oh, I do have the power to do that. And I believed it on such a deep level that I put my hand over my own, so my right hand over my left shoulder, which I just like shredded the muscles in my left shoulder and football in high school and college. And so it's just like, it's just been messed up since then. And I started specifically speaking like healing. So I was speaking reparation of the tendons and the ligaments and stuff like that. And I was saying it as if I knew that it was going to fix it. And dude, I promise, bro, my left shoulder started like tingling and burning, and I started feeling it move around. I started feeling things like move around and kind of jerk and get really warm and tingly while I was doing it. And a few seconds in, it like freaked me out. And I was like, as soon as I started to doubt it, it stopped. So I know, saying that to say, like, we have a lot more power than I think we realize sometimes.
Yeah, I can speak on this quite a lot, and for me personally, and my own conflict resolution, because that's what it was for me anyway. And Thelion's just left, unfortunately, because he fucking gets science on that shit. I love when he starts talking about German new medicine, because I think it depends on the person, really. But for me, like Eckhart Tolle painted it in such a way, in a framework that I could process it. But when I spoke about that before, and then Thelion's chirped in, oh my god, I think the framework he's talking about is even better. But again, that depends on the person, I think. But Eckhart Tolle paints it in this picture like it's I could definitely see why people would think it would demonic or something like that. But for me, like he'd talk about he'd say things like he'd call it the emotional pain body. It's a really good name, and he'd say it's like the living past. So it's the living past in you, or something like that. And for me, like, and I've talked about that trauma as a child, being lost in that supermarket, as ridiculous as that sounds. But then my dad dying when I was 7 years old, and it sort of all dominoed. You know, there was this attachment disorder, if you will, and all kinds of things. It all sort of bled together, and that needed to be resolved. And that, again, back to Eckhart Tolle, he'd talk about this emotional pain body like it was separate, not separate. How can I put it? Like it was an entity in itself, you know. And it's a really weird way of looking at it, but it was a way for me to see it very clearly and to then process it, because when you're a child and you go through some kind of traumatic thing, you run away from it internally because you haven't got the emotional maturity to deal with it. So it's a perfectly natural thing to do, really. So the idea is that through this process, you gain that emotional maturity, and then you can face it. And once you face it, then you can process it, and then you can let it go. But for a while there, I was bringing this out, more and more and more. And as I said, I could be around people and they'd swing for me or just start crying in my presence, and I didn't have said a word. Perfect strangers. And as I say, you could put it this way: the living past in me was interacting with the living past in them, some kind of trauma, but it was ultimately my unresolved conflict. Does that make sense?
Yep. Very well said. Yeah. I resonate with. Yep. Exactly. Like you attract it, even though it is activated in them as well, and it's like synchronistically timed, but it is ultimately is a process within yourself. The idea that everything we're going through is actually part of that is pretty interesting. That there's that purpose to every moment.
Yeah, honestly, dude. Well, I noticed Theon were in here. I thought, great, he'll chirp up and he'll say, because when I've listened to him talk about it, he like gets sciencey on that shit. It's awesome. Boys, that German new medicine, I ought to look into that. I really did. I do think these spiritual traditions are all connected, you know. I really believe that the more I look into it. And I can see why people would knock Eckhart Tolle. I've seen YouTube comments about talking about, oh, he's a multi-gazillionaire now and all this lot. And I'd be like, look, I remember replying to one, because I don't usually reply to anything. I don't usually make YouTube comments, see. But I just remember writing this whole thing just saying, look, Eckhart Tolle would be the first to tell you he's not done anything new here, really. He's telling you stuff that's thousands of years old. But if he's done something, well, what I could say is in that very German-like way, you know, very organized, because they're all bloody engineers, or they used to be. I don't know if they still are. He's sort of he shows like a connection between all spiritual traditions, or most, can't say all, and I love that. That you know, I thought that was brilliant in that book, The Power of Now. So yeah, I've talked about that quite a bit. I'm not going to go into that.
Yeah, yeah. I think childhood trauma is like a pretty real thing, bro. Like, so, things that we wouldn't even consider traumatic, and what's crazy is like a protective measure that people do is they convince themselves they didn't really have childhood trauma, or they look at like things that their parents may have done that actually did kind of traumatize them or affect them even in their adult life. They've, as a defense mechanism, convinced themselves that that didn't happen. But a vast majority of people have like certain traumatic experiences that like are unresolved and affect them. And like I'm even learning this about myself, and how you can like compartmentalize them. Like mine, like a lot of stuff with my mother, and how basically I'd like wipe my mind clean of my birth mother, because once I start to really dive into it, I start remembering, realizing a lot of stuff, and it affects how I communicate with other people, or like it even affects volatility or emotional reaction, or like these, you know, like how I would view women. And it's pretty crazy. I think everyone should definitely try and look into healing kind of like unresolved childhood experiences or trauma responses that they have. And you may be surprised.
Yeah, I've tried to talk to it with normies sort of thing, and they don't want to face it, and I don't blame them in many ways, but they'll feel so much better for it. But here's what's really weird. I don't know how to properly explain this, but there's people love their pain. Now, to try and explain that to them is very difficult, because what they end up doing is just showing you that pain. that's all you could do from that point on is walk away, maybe let them calm down. But
Bro,
it's a, it's a very odd thing to because I realized there's something in me that loved it, that was enjoying it. I loved it, absolutely loved it. And that is a big realization, because it becomes like a comfort blanket, and people would rather cling to that pain than step into the unknown. That's
or
the
even
truth.
or even truly face it, right? So one of these things, like, so it's funny because I've been like looking into this, and it's like really giving me a new perspective on even this flat Earth conversation that we have. You know how you get such visceral reactions? Like if you go and watch my debate last night, this dude T Jump, I mean, he was just mind-blowingly condescending and arrogant and derogatory and speaking as if I'm beneath him and wouldn't let me talk. Then you go read the chat, it pulls that inner energy out of certain people there. When you get these like super visceral, toxic, like hostile interactions in this realm, and this need to cling on to atheism or whatever it is, right? And that's like one of the big things with this conversation is if the earth is in fact not moving, it's a big deal when it comes to like spiritual implications. I think that and I'm trying to do this myself, I think if you can shift to where you view it as, oh, that's not even them. That's like their inner child. That's like their unresolved, settled inner child crying out, or they've developed defense mechanisms, and so when anything ventures towards uncompromality, or like with this one, I think the big one is acceptance. So like their parents didn't feel accepted by their parents, what they really wanted to do. They didn't feel accepted by their classmates or by their family members or by their brothers and sisters and their parents, right? And so this deep rooted fear of abandonment or lack of acceptance, it triggers these emotional, visceral attacks because they don't even consciously, dissect that, but it's like, it's a defense mechanism. Does that make sense? Because I think if you view it like that, when you start hearing these people attack you and stuff like that, or having just like they shut down the conversation, they're super dishonest, and they actually become like deluded in the literal sense of the word, meaning they believe this new caricature of the interaction or caricature of your relationship. And Gio and I were talking about this too. Like it seems like there's an actual phenomenon where they physically are not receiving the information while you're saying it. Then that's why they're 7 years in and they still don't understand they couldn't still man the flat Earth sunset. So I think if we kind of shift the way we view it as that, I mean, I'm trying to do that because I think it would be like a very healthy evolution of mine. It's not really going to affect you as much if you view it like that, right? You would really be inclined to migrate towards sympathy almost, or empathy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that resonate?
Yeah. Compassion. And yeah, just like,
That should be a litmus test. There should be 2 questions that you're asked if you're a Glober. How long have you been around this discussion? And then the follow-up question should be, can you please steel man the FE sunset now for us? That's going to be I'm stealing that. Sorry to say I'm stealing that, bro.
Gio, I'm curious, Gio, like what you think about that. Like what I just said, like when we were talking about how these people actually can't, it seems like they literally can't receive the info, and there must be something psychologically going on. Do you think that what I just stated may have something to do with it? Like, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, dude, absolutely, man. Everything you just said there was like very well said and broken down, articulate. Yeah, bro, that was on point. I was agreeing with everything you were saying, was absolutely resonant. It does seem to be the case. And I was going to add in there as well, the way you're describing it, that it's often said as well that like the ego is what ends up being attached to that resistance. If for it seems very common that that's the case too, meaning there's different ways to define the ego, but the way you were like describing as well, and I'll kind of even like adding this perspective, like the idea that we have like an unconscious, a subconscious, and a conscious. So our conscious mind obviously is what we're experiencing. Like, okay, you're living, you're doing your thing, like what's right up at consciousness. The subconscious would be like in between, in a sense, like where there's kind of a meeting place between the unconscious and the subconscious. And then in this context, I was going to use in terms of unconscious as being like this just massive reservoir of, as deep as the human psyche goes, perhaps. But within an individual, in that unconscious, there's going to be likely like suppressed memories, suppressed emotions. And like you're saying, dude, like children are actually very, very sensitive, especially at those formative years. So they've even done research showing that like when the baby's trying to attach to the nipple to do breastfeeding, if the mother's like shaking around or there's some kind of stress or tension, that can actually be a trauma to the child who's trying to breastfeed. Now, it's obviously not like some extreme physical trauma per se or anything like that, unless it's being malnourished. But I'm saying just like, that could then because the baby might be feeling like not nourished or cared for in exactly the right way if there's a lot of kind of whatever else that might be going on that's disruptive. So like they've even shown there's like research even down to that detail level of it, because breastfeeding is like connected to like our first nourishment, and like obviously it's connected to eating, and so like potential like eating disorders can be connected to breastfeeding issues, for example, like a breastfeeding issue that happened and then the eating disorder develops later in adulthood. But so what I'm just trying to link in like that the idea of the unconscious. And so but the thing about the unconscious and everything, all of those memories, whatever might be there, even though it's called unconscious, the thing is, it's still, a lot of those things are actually still affecting us in the consciousness, in the conscious state, in our full conscious. So like, yeah, the emotions, the hangups, and then that's where it gets into what you were saying. We were talking about as well, which is the like cognitive dissonance process. And when there's emotions and attachments, and then perhaps like trauma around that in various different ways, and then how the ego then can come through, at least like the darker side of the ego, where then the ego gets either like violent or whatever it might be within the ego's thing, then trying to kind of protect its position. But then the idea that whole like ego structure within that individual is kind of like falsely built on those traumas from the unconscious. And so if they were able to like bring that unconscious material conscious and integrate themselves, then perhaps they would not have that charge, in the future, and not have to, and be able to transcend through that.
Yeah, bro. I think this is such a profound aspect of this convo, dude. Like, because if you go, like, I'm saying, like, a perfect case study would be like, go read the chat of the debate last night and watch him and what he says, right? And like, it's crazy because there's like this, so I'm not gonna say like they're all narcissists or whatever, right? But there's something called like narcissistic personality disorder, right? And then you can have like, so there's also what people call CPTSD, right? So like childhood trauma, right? Post-traumatic stress disorder from childhood trauma. So CPTSD or whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And so defensive reactions of CPTSD can overlap with narcissistic borderline or narcissistic personality disorder or borderline. Now, I'm not a huge fan on all these labels, but they're real phenomena. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yep.
And so it's not that they're narcissistic, but they are exhibiting certain narcissistic traits, and one is like delusion. So now there's a split camp on this, because I've really been falling down this rabbit. There's a split camp where there's like, some now believe, no, the narcissist actually does know that they're blatantly lying and misrepresenting what you're saying, and then they effectively gaslight you. And that's a psychologically manipulative control to make the person feel that they're insane, so then you can then exert control over them, right? And we see this in this conversation all the time. And there's either A, that they truly know and they're consciously aware of doing that, or it's typically been believed that, for example, with narcissism or CPTSD, that they're not aware of it because it's their subconscious defense mechanism overriding their conscious behavior to protect them, right? This sensitivity or insecurity or vulnerability inside of them. The long story short, where that they say everything what it just said was a complete lie, and that none of those even coherently make sense. No one's ever, like, all these, like the word salad or whatever, like Austin knows the Ursa ball, but he's a grifter comment, blah blah blah. I used to view that as like, these people are just the worst people ever, right? Because they just lie. In like, I now view it like, no, what if a lot of these people truly are leaving the interaction with that perception because of, maybe CPTSD or something like that, right? Because they create this whole version. And if you look at it, it's not just with me, I'm just giving an example of me. They do it with all of us. They will leave an hour-long conversation. If they talk to Gio about the sunset for an hour, they'll come back tomorrow or they'll go tell someone else a version of the conversation, and it'll be completely different. So I think we're like maybe overlooking. We need to try to exercise more empathy regarding this. We were all tortured as babies, basically, because now we're in a generation I know I'm talking like, give me just a second. Like I know this generation now is where almost everyone was traumatized as a baby because of how they infiltrated the birthing process.
Yep.
So almost everyone already has that like traumatic disadvantage because almost everyone was traumatized as a baby. And then they cast this spell of insignificance on you from a very young age. Insignificance, confusion, a lack of ability to trust yourself, right? With this globe idea, this cosmology. So you stack those on top of each other, and then you fast forward to someone that's 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. If all these issues are unresolved, the feeling of insignificance or abandonment, or neglect or lack of acceptance, right? If you combine all of these, we're dealing with adult traumatic responses. And that's why there's such a wall between us and who we're trying to talk to in the conversation. There's such miscommunication because there's like,
I think, I think Witsa, I think you dropped out. We heard a
Oh,
lot of
thank you.
Yeah, we heard like most of that. If you can hear us, yeah, we heard a lot of that, but then you just went out at the end. But yeah, no, I agree. I mean, just to carry on with what you were saying there, there's all of those factors are definitely the case. Like the whole birthing process, like circumcision for men, the entire process of circumcising babies, which is just that's a whole thing in and of itself. I think, I think it's connected deeply to like excess aggression and anger and violence. Like, could they have even created an army without circumcision? Meaning that, like, how connected is like that level of like militaristic violence connected to circumcision? Just having that like core aggressive attack happening to like your groin and your penis of all things, of babies, and having that the skin cut and then having it bleed. I mean, that's like basically just genital mutilation. And ever seeing like if you've ever seen like video of a child being circumcised, like they are screaming with the most wretched looking scream on their face in anger. And then there's been like people that have done like different like workshops and things over the years, like trying to like help people like process their like men to help them process their circumcision trauma. And it's been shown in some of those studies where these men like have like almost like superhuman strength. Like that's the level of anger and violence that's pent up is like like even beyond what they're normally able to even do physically when they get triggered into it and they're trying to like try to like release it. So it does seem to be like a reservoir of immense. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, so
that's going deep into that. But I mean, even everything else that happens in childhood and other things that people have. So yeah, that can then create defense mechanisms and all these other things that we're mentioning that are seen.
somebody was telling me that they could have some correlation between, like a empathy and circumcision. I don't know if that's true, of course. Whether it's true or not, it's still a heck amount of trauma to a baby, isn't it? And as we've already established, we tend to carry that forward, even if it's not in our, immediate. If it's not in our, in the conscious as we know it, right? It might be in the subconscious or something like that. We sort of
Yeah,
carry it forward.
in the unconscious, yeah, or
Yeah.
But yeah, like trauma ends up setting up these like blocked energies, it seems, and blocked emotions, and then more like conflicting mental processes. And then there does seem to be a case when people are able to reconnect with that and it's interesting how it's often described that the way they describe it, that they're actually experiencing those emotions for the first time, meaning that when the event happened, it was so overwhelming. And that's why, like, also the idea of something being like suppressed into the unconscious in that sense, because if a child is, let's say, 5 years old and there's something happening that's very overwhelming, either physically or emotionally or whatever it may be, extreme loud noises like a bomb or a loud noise or whatever it may be, that is extreme in that sense, then it can end up being so overwhelming that the intensity of the emotion was too much for them to handle. So then there seems to be like a mechanism in the human psyche, which if there's too strong of a event like that, that's traumatic, then the psyche tends to like suppress the rest of the emotion that it can't experience at that moment, while it's kind of shutting down and just trying to like, and then you get into like disassociation as well. Like when people have dissociative personality issues and things like this as well, it's because there's often like deep disassociation things connected. And often if there's drugs used in some kind of trauma, actually that can even bring in deeper dissociation problems, and even like fracturing the psyche. And then that blends into the trauma-based mind control stuff and MK Ultra and all the other of what they're actually, then it goes to that. Yeah. In terms of what, on that level of it, but outside of purposefully doing it like that, I'm just saying just trauma itself. Anyways. And then just the thing of having it of the experiential is that if someone then goes into a state where they're able to like access those suppressed memories from the trauma, whatever the trauma was, they often describe that it's almost like they're experiencing those emotions that were trapped in there, as it were, or kind of suppressed in the unconscious, that they're actually experiencing them in a sense for the first time, which, because at the time they weren't able to be actually lived and experienced, they were suppressed. And then by experiencing them, there seems to be this like reintegration and like a healing and integration that occurs around that whole complex for that person. It seems like once they're able to reconnect with it and kind of feel the emotions that are otherwise sort of trapped, as it were, and then causing some kind of symptom in their life.
Yeah, I mean, I often think that I know a lot about the human condition, but compared to these people, I'm an amateur. I really am. When I see what they've accomplished, anyway.
I wanted to say, like, thanks. Oh man, echo. But thanks to Whit for the insight on that. He was talking about just like childhood trauma boiling out in cognitive dissonance and not being able to even reason things out, like having the wrong perspective, but not being too judgmental. That's helpful for me, man. So thanks, dude. Understand the psychology behind some people's emotional lack of intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, if you when you think about someone, I suppose this is most everyone, when they've got their identity wrapped up in these ideas, so much so that to be made wrong is literally threatening someone's life. And I know that sounds weird, but that's how it is. That's how. Just look at it. These people are so wrong, they deserve to die for it. That's happened for a long time. Think about how insane that is.
Dude, that debate was so stupid. Like, it was basically like Witsit showing up, like, super well researched with like these really specific great points, and then the other dude just going like, "Yeah, whatever, bro. Satellites on Venus." Like, it was retarded. Witsit literally should have just stopped fucking addressing that guy and just like done his little brain candy thing he does and just talk to the audience instead of that. I would have just ignored him after the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, I missed it. I went into is it Shane's server, the whatever it's called, ADL or whatever he calls it, and I watched 5 minutes of it, and it was a lot of that. But yeah, Shane was talking about a browser or whatever called Brave, and I thought, oh, that sounds good. I'll have a look into that. So I started downloading it, and then I don't know, I messed my computer up somehow, and I was like, shit. And I'm a bit of a technophobe, so yeah, I don't know how I sorted it out, but basically Discord weren't picking up my mic, so I was like, oh shit, what have I done here? So I just ended up deleting it all.
What did you download?
It's something called Brave. It's like
Did like he give you a link, or did you just like look it up, or?
yeah, I just looked it up. It were talking about it came from adverts on YouTube, you know, because I've had ad block on YouTube for years. I hadn't seen an ad for ages, but just recently I've started clicking on it, and as soon as a video starts, it then pauses, and then it's trying to get you to subscribe to it basically. So this current ad block I've got's not working. So he was like, "Oh yeah, I just used Brave." I had overheard him say, and I was like, "Oh, I'll take a look into that." And it's like I think it's supposed to be like a private, like it's basically like Google Chrome or whatever. And so I thought this looked pretty good. And then I started downloading it, and it did something to Discord where my mic wasn't, it wasn't picking my voice up or something. I don't exactly know because I'm a bit of a technophobe. So I just sort of left the thing and went to stream. And it took me about half an hour to sort it out. And I don't even know what I did to sort it out. I just sort of got rid of everything I'd downloaded. And then I played with mic settings for a minute, and then I came back, and it seems fine now. So it doesn't sound any different, does it? I assume it sounds the same. So I have no idea. I sort of accept that there's no. While I think that's a good idea, that website, whatever it was, the browser, I don't. I'm a bit cynical, and I think that's the authorities, quote unquote, they're always watching anyway. That's the way I look at it. There's no privacy. Say goodbye to that. That's a thing of the past, sort of thing. That's the way I look at it. Well, I just wanted to. I just really don't like the ads on YouTube or on anything. I hate the ads. I hate how they sort of bribe you. They like, we're going to make these ads so annoying that you're going to have to pay us £10 a month to get away from them. And I don't like manipulation. I always think of like a think tank, thinking of these ads, like a group round a table, thinking how to manipulate people. And it gets to me a little bit. It grinds my gears a little bit because they always do the little. Have you noticed now as well in adverts? They've always got like a signature thing. Like McDonald's have got a did or whatever it is. I don't know. So it's always a little. I don't know. You just spot the grabble in it. Like there's been a lot of work put into this to fucking manipulate you to go and buy this product. And
Yeah, a lot of work. It's commercial jingles. They even know what tones to use to put people in a certain suggestive state.
Exactly.
That's why they'll play at the beginning and the end of the commercial, because they'll first put you in a suggestive state, then play what they want you to play, and then play it again to put you back in that state so your mind continues to think about it. Oh, it's it's deep psychology, man.
Yeah, it makes me so happy that I can talk to people who get it. Because if I talk to and I hate that term, but whatever norm is, if I tell it, they'd be like, "Oh, who cares? No, don't have no, wait a minute, you don't get it."
Well, let me ask you this: like in terms of programming, what do you think of cartoons that they give children as a source of psyop, and all kinds of stuff? What do you, in terms of like, what do you think of the cartoon world in terms of what they're doing there? Because there is some weird stuff in some cartoons.
Yeah, don't get me started on the tele-live programming. Oh my god, It's
And then it's what they're feeding to all the kids. I mean, growing up, like now, I guess it's even more so with all the other internet and YouTube and everything else now. But I mean, even back then in the 90s and 80s, 90s, I mean, that's when I grew up, 80s and 90s. And yeah, there's so much of that.
yeah. I was fully indoctrinated. I used to jokingly say that I was like Cable Guy. I remember Jim Carrey's character in Cable Guy, where he was just always a movie. You know, he was always a character in a thing or whatever. You know, because his parents, they didn't pay no attention to him whatsoever. They just basically left him in front of the TV. You know, I used to jokingly say that, and because I was basically raised on American movies. You know, I watched Blues Brothers when I was like 4 or 5 years old. I don't even know. Inappropriately young. So that's what I remember about my childhood. That's why I got such a good taste in music. Have you heard Aretha Franklin? Hello? No, I'm joking. But yeah, I was raised by American movies, so it's a very odd stage of my life I went through where I didn't watch TV for like 7 years, something like that. And I couldn't watch TV. Everything felt too stimulating. Where I'd like broke the stimulated centers of my brain or something. I couldn't do it. I couldn't listen to things. I couldn't watch things. I just had to sit and be in agony for a long time. And that changes a person. I can tell that with North. I don't know what North's been through, but I can definitely hear it in him that he's been through some stuff. And like it changes a person. I don't know how else to say it. But it was fun coming back into these servers and then going back, because I spent a lot. I mean, I was on to Big Pharma a long time ago, like early 2000s or something like that. I was looking into that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. I was well aware of what was coming in we shouldn't talk about that. But yeah, you try and warn folks and they're like, boo, shut him up. I mean, what do you do? This is why I say about this conflict, what's happening now. Sorry to jump all over the place, but when I look at that and I see the inevitable mass death that's coming to a lot of people, and it's like a moth to a flame. You can't. What do you do? You can't say anything to them. So I've kind of accepted that already. I might come on here and have a piss and a moan about it, but yeah, just know that I've kind of already accepted that it seems inevitable that people like a moth to a flame are just going to be wander gleefully not gleefully, but to their annihilation. And like, I don't know. This is where I get frustrated with these religions. And I know I'm going on a bit, but I don't know. I think they've hijacked something beautiful, and I ain't gonna shut up about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of hijacking going on. Use
Yeah.
of narratives and information for sure. Yeah, they're pulling the wool over our eyes while using information that they stole from others to then twist it in some narrative that they want to bring about. That is where other darker things end up coming in that are used in the name of something that is originally linked with something that was positive, but that really wasn't the message that the original messenger was actually giving in some cases.
Yeah, and it's just man, I can't tell you like, I don't know if happy is the right word, for lack of a better word, how happy it makes me to come and just meet and talk to other people that get it. You always find your weird group, don't you? And I guess this is my weird group. Sorry, that's not a very nice way of putting it, but you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, you're the same kind of weird. Don't feel bad.
Nowadays, normal is bad.
Yeah. What is normal anyway? I always like that thing Krishnamurti said about to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society is no measure of good mental health. That's so true.
Yeah, I mean,
A high social credit score is not necessarily linked to integrity.
what's weird to me is like we're so used to being the outcast. Here's a good example. I got a client today that came out to me while I was working on something and said, "Look at all these chemtrails. You seen all this?" And I was like, "It's like I don't even know how to react." I'm like, "You can see. I got one that can see." Like I really was taken back. I honestly don't know how to respond to that just because I'm so not used to it. You know.
The minute they tell you that, if you were like, "I have been waiting to have my faith restored in humanity. Thank you for." That's funny.
Oh,
I thought you were going to go.
yeah, because
I thought you were going to go like you ain't heard nothing yet, brother. Wait till you hear this fucker.
yeah.
That's a funny thing in itself, isn't it? Because I found myself doing that the other day in a farm shop, and I didn't mean to do it. Like I don't even know how. Just as I do in here, I started at something. I can't even remember the two topics, but they were so far away from each other, and like I realized suddenly I've been talking to this person for like 3-4 minutes, and I'm like, why? You know, when you catch yourself, and I was like, I need to walk away. She wasn't open to any of this. Oh dear. I don't usually do that, by the way. I'm usually very consciously aware of who is, you know, ready or for, you know, a good recipient. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but someone who's like, oh, they're quite open to this or that. And I'm usually good at that, but sometimes, yeah, that day.
I was just thinking like how they did it. I mean, how do you get all these people believing something that's totally false? But I think through like the war machine of World War I, World War II, and then they got control over the Federal. They got control over the Federal Reserve before World War I, of course, and then those world wars, and then linked with like taking over like media distribution through propaganda and the news and newspapers and the printing press and everything. Like, and then through the world war, the displacement of the world wars, it seemed like they were able to get like a stream of information, you know, news, quote unquote, essentially media to people that was sending such a strong belief system. And it's like that seems to be part of like almost like a several decade long like reprogramming to getting people disconnected from their actual lived experience and then into this whole like other paradigm that's being built within the financial system and technology and everything else that was being developed alongside it all.
Yeah, I agree. The indoctrination by installation of nationalism per nation. So then every nation's divided after that. Yeah. Add one good measure of war machine. You got a long term.
Yeah, the people divided while the politicians are just coercive.
Yeah, and you have a long term recipe for mind control.
And for the people's lives being lessened, and then the wealthy ones having that imbalance. That's what I think is coming to an end. Like this, the billionaires that are running the world kind of thing. I really do think there's going to be a huge reckoning of that and a rebalancing. It's not all going to happen overnight, of course. I think it's going to take really decades to play out, but I don't think this balance is going to maintain. It kind of had its heyday in a sense, and I know the people, they probably want it to go more towards that way. The controllers, they would want to, whatever their NWO kind of thing, but the other way to see it playing out is like where there's actually like a reckoning and a balancing to swing back towards the direction of balance rather than even more extreme in this direction of imbalance.
Yeah, man, I think you're so right, Gio, because if you think, I mean, there's no way those people are going to be able to stop. Like, they want to keep getting more and more control. And I mean, they've had to tiptoe their way to here, right? Like, you can't. But eventually people are going to hit their breaking point where, enough is enough. And yeah, I totally see it collapsing. People just aren't going to go along with it.
Pretty sure there's a plan in place for that, though, for like any kind of organized revolt or uprising. Pretty sure there's something in place.
Well, this is my sense of it. I've been saying this lately, even more so, which is that I think that the sort of like when they maybe first wanted to go to the moon, then they found out like, okay, we can't really go to the moon. And then they had to figure out, are they going to fake it or whatever it may be. In a similar way, I think that they may have wanted to try to control all of humanity at some point, but I think they've already realized like it's really just not possible. So at this point, it seems to make sense to me that they would just keep everything as it's going now and keep tightening control. And then it does seem like they're moving towards these smart cities. And if there's going to be some kind of wars as well, I mean, that's a card they always seem to pull, and that seems to be coming more into the news cycles and whatever they're claiming nowadays. So if that were to occur, and then certain areas were to be unsafe, and that could get actually pretty bad if they're going to start unleashing the military's commands to bomb this and launch that and blow out this area and tell people they all have to evacuate over here and tell these people they have to evacuate. That could actually get intense. I mean, now I'm not saying this is going to happen because that's a very like dark future, but I'm just saying like in terms of like a movie script, that's a pretty intense thing to then move people into smart cities, because if they can't control everybody, then they either give up or they just try to control some. And that's where the smart cities come in, which seems to be perhaps already the agenda going on with the like terraforming and the fires and some of these things where they seem to be. And then they're already building these smart city type locations like in San Francisco and Los Angeles and New York, and all of these cities have like smart city initiatives. So yeah, if they realize they can't really control everyone, then maybe they're just going to be focusing on those actual smart cities, those like 15-minute cities or whatever, where everything's within 15 minutes. And then you have to have like a, QR code on your phone to get in, or on your chip or whatever, to even get into the city at all. And then you can, some people are you only have a timed limit of how long you can be there. Other people are permanent residents. And then who knows what other things like possible narratives they could build. Again, this is just like movie script level speculation, but other things they could build into that. Like if there's warfare, then they want to shuttle people, tell people, well, these smart cities are safe. They're safe. And so if you want to save your lives, you got to come here, which is almost like a FEMA type of situation where, and then of course you're going to have your jabs all jabbed up before getting in, and there's going to have to be all that kind of I would be all digital and whatever that part might be. And then of course if they even link some sort of a fake alien invasion or something like that, or some kind of fake extraterrestrial threat, then that could play into shuttling people into smart city regions. So if they can't control everyone, I think that's what they're probably going to go for. It seems like it's already what's kind of laid out. From at least in terms of the development of those like city areas that they're trying to build into having those kinds of the technology systems like electric cars. And that'll probably be the first place that'll be 100% electric cars are in those major cities, I would think, in the coming decade.
Yeah, electric everything. And I definitely agree with you about the false flag alien invasion, but also tied to that, the whole like social rating system, like are you a verified or non-verified person? Because then anybody that's not in that system could eventually get branded as a terrorist. You know, like people, like even now, you got people that are getting cited for gathering rainwater, or they're living off grid, off the electrical grid, and they're getting like fined for it because they're not contributing to the grid. So I think eventually what they'll do is they'll make people that want to have free travel and free enterprise outside of that system, they'll label them as terrorists and somehow even have some false flags involved with that, so that everyone has to get to this verified digital ID system. To add that to your movie plot, script of national terrorists. People like you and me, for whatever reason, could be eventually labeled terrorists because of whatever thing.
Any outsider is a potential threat or whatever. Yeah, I know. It's crazy kind of mentality. Then there's like the whole zombie kind of ideas as well. Perhaps they all exist simultaneously on multiple time levels, multiple layers and frequencies of time. It seems like it would be interesting to create all kinds of different stuff. If you could create this, unless this is it seems like it could then create as many as infinite other ones that could be any variety of any types of experiences. And from what I've already seen, wow, this thing seems to want to experience a lot of things. When I say this thing, I guess I'm just talking about just existence in and of itself, of what we actually just observed, just from kind of an empirical, this event happened, that event happened. It's pretty incredible, and it seems like the creativity is just endless. So if it can do this, what else could it do?
Yeah, it says in the last days men will invent new kinds of evil. I will say there's no crisis like a poly crisis. It's like so much helter-skelter confusion, you don't know which way to turn. That's where they want humanity to be, looking for the answers for peace and safety.
Yeah, never let a good crisis go to waste. I mean, the thing is, they usually cause the crisis. That's what people need to realize, is they're actually doing the thing. And your attention seems to be key. When you think of that thing that happened in New York 20 years ago and some change, when you think of the mass focus, the mass attention that was put in that one place, and then they can then move the spell forward as it was always planned. By the way, they're not winging it. They know exactly what they're doing. I don't know. There's something there. There's some gravy there, because I was just thinking. I mentioned that earlier about the Fifth Element and that thing. Remember whatever it was, that ball of some kind, and they kept firing nukes at it, and then it would just get bigger and bigger and bigger. There's nothing. I don't know if you remember that movie, but
The Fifth Element.
yeah, it's a little bit like that. They need mass attention, don't they? And you think of what the TV's actually done in that regard, and you think of it through the prism of spellcraft. It's just amazing how they can capture so many collective consciousness. There's a lot of gravy there. There really is. I don't know what I want to say about it. I just know there's something good there. Well, it's something good for them, not so much for everyone else.
Good for us to be aware, knowing our enemy, knowing the strategies that the wicked world powers want to carry out. It just helps us to be more prepared and have the ability to warn others as well. So yeah. I mean, this is wise, I think, just wargaming and strategizing. Like, well, what about this zombie thing? What about this, I call it domestic terrorism. I think that's how they're going to bring about checkpoints, like going state to state. I think that'll eventually be a thing, even in the U.S. You see it all over other countries. I think the U.S. is due for checkpoints, and what better way than domestic terrorism? But yeah, it's good to keep everything in our sites and just be aware.
Yeah, that's interesting. Though, it just reminded me of Charlie Brown. Remember, I don't know if anybody's seen this, but Charlie Chaplin. You know when they brought the passports in, he did a whole thing about it where he was the sort of the businessman. He played the sort of I don't know, for lack of a better name, robber barons. He played those people, and then he was talking to these children, and these children were like saying, "Why should we have a passport though? Why do you, if you haven't seen it, you should definitely go and take a look at it. It's because it's really interesting." And he did that whole great dictator, and that speech he gives is really good as well in that. But yeah, that's super interesting because they labelled him a communist, didn't they? And they chased him away to wherever he went, Switzerland, or was it? I can't remember which country he
Might have
moved
been
to.
it. Yeah, might have been Switzerland.
But they called him a communist and chased him out of the country. And I'm not surprised because he was sharing some great. He was ladling the gravy in his films. If you go back and have a look at that little passport scene, because we just take it for granted now, don't we? I mean, take it for granted, not wrong term, but we just take it as is. We just go, oh yeah, you have a passport. But it's an odd thing, isn't it? Especially if you're coming from a biblical perspective and you say, well, God gives me the right to travel. You don't give me the right to travel. Who the fuck do you think you are? You know what I mean? You have it from that point of view, then it does seem like an odd thing. It's fucking show me your papers, please, isn't it? Show me your papers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that's probably still on YouTube, that Charlie Chaplin thing.
What happened? Nobody's talking? What happened?
Oh, the last thing we said was outer ponder, so we were just waiting for you.
That's what I thought. You were getting there. I was waiting for it, and it didn't happen. And I'm like, wait, we're talking about outer ponders without someone saying outer ponders.
Yep. It was in
Figured
the
it was time for me to come in and say it.
Dude, what about we were talking the other day, what if you just have ongoing water and it's just like it's like more like land pods instead of a pond. Just pods of land within massive extended waters. So instead of being like a puddle in kind of like where the water's in the puddle and there's a bunch of different puddles, what about it's actually all water with just different plots of land? So then would it be like a
Yeah, that would make sense.
outer land water?
Yeah, right. Like it's more like the lands are the ponds, or the dividing of the biggest infinite pond, which couldn't ever really end because water is infinite, and probably everything is water to a certain extent with a certain amount of whatever material makes up the land.
But yeah, if you
water
had all
itself.
ice and cold though with like no sun, then yeah, you would think that it would be pretty much land-like. It'd be all ice and sort of like whatever that might even be. And then the only places
Yeah,
would
ice
have
is just frozen
land.
water, right? So even if it's ice, it's just frozen water.
Right. So you'd have to have it warmed up to even have the land, like to even have anything.
Right.
So in that way, it's like puddles within ice of warmth. Because if it's
Right.
all ice, because like that even gets are there areas where there's no sun and it's all ice, and then areas where there are suns and there is like a melted spot within the. So in that sense, it could be seen like a puddle, but like a puddle within a larger like ice shelf, an ongoing ice shelf, infinite ice shelf earther.
Right. Yeah, and the ice is kind of like the division between the ponds, even though it's water itself.
Yeah, because there's no sun there to heat it. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, that makes sense with puddles in that sense.
I think that they may try to at least have that be something that a lot more people consider as what's going on if they do the alien psyop invasion. They may not say directly that it's outer ponders, but they may have like people divided, like people that think they know that it's outer ponders or have been told it is, or have certain people they follow that are, seem to have proof that it is. Whether there actually are or not, I think they may just say there are and then use it, as I always say. But it's the perfect time for them to do that because the technology is, allowing them to fake it. And if there's even more land within this pond, they could just create these like futuristic type cities, which they're probably already doing, and just say that's, in another pond somewhere, like not within this pond, but just tell us it's another land that people can go to, even though it's right here. Make it look like, paradise.
Yeah.
People want to go there. Because the thing is that, more and more people, even if they don't think the earth is flat, or they know they don't, even if they haven't given up on the spinning ball idea, there's a lot of people that realize that we can't go back to the moon, and that makes no sense at all. So maybe space travel's fake, but the earth is still a ball somehow or whatever. Because that's going to be like, I mean, if they want to like fake the whole going to other planets thing, that's going to take a lot more work than just saying like, going to other ponds. And then they have the local threat, like aliens from outer space, is less scary because it's like, oh, it's just like a rodent. You can just like, kill it. Well, how would it communicate with us? It wouldn't have that intelligence. But if it's a human, that's the aliens, that's like an ancient ancestor, more advanced, that's scarier because then it has like a psychological edge. Like it's already been where we are, so it's more advanced. It's already, thought all these thoughts that I have. And if it was an alien more advanced, then you wouldn't be able to relate to it at all, and it would be less scary. You just want to smash it like a bug.
Yeah, could they throw a little time travel thing in with the fake extraterrestrials? Like say that like they come from the future and they already know like what needs to happen. So here's your new world order. You gotta prepare for the promised land or whatever story they're gonna tell.
Well, if they're more advanced ancient humans, like just our ancestors that are more advanced, it's like the exact same thing is coming from the future because they've been where we are and they're more advanced. They've already gone to the future of technological advancement.
But what if
So
they
that-
fake that with the advancements they actually do have, but it's actually just fake It's just a very advanced faking.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think they'll do. I mean, even if there are higher, more advanced technological humans in outer ponds, they'll give us their version of it, their fake version of it, to make us believe something that is true, but it's their version of it, which is fake.
Yeah.
Right. And the whole time travel thing, that's interesting because I was going to mention that. I think that because you said something about like interdimension time type people, like they could use that. Oh, they'll use that for sure. Because the one thing I think that's still lingering in a lot of flat earthers' minds is that time is somehow malleable. Like there actually is like somehow time is something they can warp, like with space time. And I find that interesting recently that a lot of flat earthers, like there was another server someone was saying like the dimensions of time may allow this or allow that, and I'm like, oh, that's it. See, time's the constant, not light. Time is the constant, and it's not even a thing you can objectify or even talk about as a thing, but they've got us talking about time as if it's something that we can escape or be out of, like it's just our linear the linear progression of existence is that's not at all malleable. There's no way to ever change that. It's not like it's a thing. It's just what is. There's only one moment to the next. Time is the psyop of psyops, that you could actually have more dimensions by manipulating time and folding it and all these kind of things that go with that sci-fi idea. That's one of the last lingering things of the ball earth psyop that needs to be extinguished in my mind, because it's not possible in any way. Even to say it's not possible is treating it like something that could be objectified in the way to like analyze as possibly, warpable or foldable or whatever they do to get all these other dimensions. There was this video I think Kosho was passing around, or a couple Glovers were all like, look, there's 11 dimensions and they prove it by looking at it. And the whole thing's about if we take a past and a future and we fold it this way, but then if we fold it this way, and it's all based on time as a dimension that can be malleable in some way. And that's one of the bigger psyops that's like woven into the whole heliocentric idea. You can go to
that is like the idea of almost like playing God in a sense. Yeah, like to that level, being able to, and then you get the whole Mandela effect and even that part of things as well.
Yeah, that too. The quantum in general, the quantum psyop, quantum dimensions, alternate timelines, all that.
Well, that's why I think that's one explanation for the Mandela type effect, is that there's actually multiple simultaneously existing timelines in which multiple different things have happened. So there's like an entire lineage of consciousness or dimension realm, whatever you want to call it, where it was Berenstein Bears with an EI, and then another one that it was with an AI.
Right. But now we know that there's both books existing within this reality, and it's just part of the psyop that they want us to buy into with the Mandela effect. To also reify the idea that there's multiple timelines and other existences. So what's reality anyway? And it's all part of like this whole, like, there's no objective reality, like who cares if the earth is flat? There's no objective reality anyway. Maybe in another timeline it's a spinning ball. So what's it matter?
Well, but what's the truth of this though? I mean, it matters in terms of that. I mean, there could be other ones. Well, I guess it depends on how you view it. Like what I was talking about is kind of like a fractal parallel reality machine that just can create multiple different layers and levels from every moment. So like the idea with that is like with the Mandela is that let's say there's the one that Dolly has braces, the one that Dolly doesn't have braces. There's people that seem to remember Dolly having braces with absolute surety. It's like for every cell in their being, that's the whole thing. But then now, it's different. So if that's the case, what is the explanation for that? Of course, some people are going to say like, collective memory, but the thing is that to have a collective memory that is that common, I'm not even saying that's the most common one. Like Luke, I am your father. That line. I mean, I remember my younger brother and I would run around the house when we had like lightsabers, little plastic lightsabers, and we would say, "Luke, I am your father." I mean, that was the line we said. Also, the Queen song, "We Are the Champions." You guys remember it where it was "We are the champions," and once it gets to the last one, it was "We are the champions of the world." Like those
Right.
lyrics, the "of the world" part. Like I remember that, just like I can still hear Freddie Mercury's voice because it's like the peak of that song where it's like "We are the champions," going through all that, and then it's like "of the world," and then he holds that note, the world, and then this all dramatic.
Now, what's it say? What's it say for that one now?
Now it's just "of the world's" not there at all. It's just "We are the champions." And it's just over or whatever. I believe generally like just "of the world" is just totally missing. But you have all these people from our generation saying "of the world." So anyways, I'm just saying one explanation is that there actually are multiple realities of sorts, and our memories are actually like a compilation of one of those in a sense, or one particular reality stream, even though those two streams may overlap in multiple ways, which is how people could then have these minor differences. And then there's even the idea that the minor differences that's I'm not saying all of these Mandela effects because they're all different. And, when I'm using that term, there's a lot of different ones in terms of things that are linked to that Mandela. But I'm talking about the ones that seem, in my viewpoint, like the authentic ones, not the fabricated ones, but ones that are real. And there's even the idea that like the creator is doing that to kind of show you that there's more to reality, essentially.
Well, that's what I think, though. I mean, I've looked into a lot of these, and Miles Mathis does a great thing on Dolly's braces because she did have braces. And they're playing God by actually changing small details in this reality, and using the internet as a way of like people think that that's the ultimate source of information. So they scrub something from the internet, and there's residual. That's why there's residual of some of these things. And you can find Dolly with her braces. And Miles Mathis in his article, he's like, "Am I saying they actually made VHS copies with the white-outed version of her teeth and had them sold at garage sales?" Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's the extent they've gone to make us believe that time itself is not objective and that there's multiple timelines. And yeah, there was a parody of "Luke, I am your father" that became more popular in people's minds than the actual movie, which never had that in it. Or they might have made two versions of it with the Queen song. It could be an actual residual of that song, which I haven't looked for yet. And we know there is, because we know there's that copy of it somewhere. Now it seems like the versions that are put out or recorded or saved, and don't get me wrong, some of them like I don't have an answer for, but there's an answer for the Dolly's braces, and there is close-ups where you can see where they've whited over the braces, so they were there. Someone's manipulating that fact, which is like one of those things that is undeniable. We all saw the braces. It doesn't even make sense without the braces. The whole scene doesn't make sense. There's also other ones where it doesn't make sense, or there's a very reasonable explanation, and the people that push the Mandela effect don't take it off their list. He says they will come and he will come. He says it two different ways in the movie. Doesn't even make sense to say it one way when you look at the plot. So there's like a lot of these that have very reasonable explanations. Berenstein and Berenstain, I have copies of both of those existing within this timeline. Could have been something with like the Jewish sounding name, so they made a Berenstain.
Well, no, somebody might have tweaked one. Somebody might have tweaked one and made it change it, like they change it with CGI or whatever. But as far as I know, like in this entire reality, like it's Berenstain and always has been. Like that's the actual name of those people. That's how it's spelled, and that's what it was in their books. When I asked my mom,
there's people that have Berenstain, the actual book.
To my surprise, well, not really surprised now that I know what I know, but when I asked my mom, she remembers with an AI Berenstain, as it were.
I know there's people that remember it both ways, and I think that's because there was two different versions, and people could buy the Berenstain that were anti-Semitic because they didn't associate it with a Jewish sounding name.
Oh, there's a deeper part to the story. You're suggesting some deeper. Wow. All right. Well,
part of the reason they made two versions. Yeah, there's actual two versions. You can see people with the books that say Berenstain on it, and it actually exists, a real book, not just a tweaking of graphic design or something.
I have seen one, but I didn't know if that's actually like an authentic print or whether that's just someone showing what it would look like or whatever. If it was Berenstein or just.
But there are a lot of these that have explanations that are very reasonable, and then people that are like Mandela effect believers still keep it on their list. That's what's annoying. Like Fruit Loops.
You said before, if this is occurring in my viewpoint, the way that when I threw that out there, I'm not even saying that is exactly my viewpoint. I was just throwing out. That
I know.
And I'm just saying, like, that thing I had laid out. The thing is, though, like, if there is like multiple sort of memory streams or consciousness, like timeline streams, you were saying before that it means that like time is not objective. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I think time can still be objective, in a way that we're all collectively experiencing it, but it would indicate that time is not necessarily permanent.
Well, if it was multiple, like if like the whole idea, and I understand the theory, like every possibility actually happens because of quantum dimensions and time. That's it exists in a different timeline somehow in another dimension. But if that were the case, you'd have more than just two ways people remember it. There'd be like millions of ways that people remember it. It wouldn't just be like one little small detail that some people remember this way and some people remember that way. You know what I'm saying? There'd be several different ways that everybody remembers everything, if that were the case.
The deceiver. Wait, one sec, Gio. One sec.
I get the vibe of what you're saying.
The deceivers put a lot of things into this realm to confuse people, and moreover, especially with this fucking shite, they can go back and manipulate history, change things, and tell you it was this or it was that. This is like, this grinds my gears a little bit, Dave. I'm not shocked that you brought it up, to be honest. With all the stuff that you bring into this fucking VC.
Sometimes they manipulate those things. That's part of it, though. It's the same people doing the same kind of things, manipulating our reality, changing people's identities sometimes, in my opinion. And part of that is their. In fact, I have I thought it'd be great. Everyone should contribute to this at some point. Like I think I've talked about it before. Like a book that's like a book of anonymous Illuminati quotes. Or like somebody in the Illuminati, quote unquote, must have said this at some point because this is like the reality we live in, and they must have made a decision to make this the reality we live in now. Like I even had Nate looking for like the quote on Wikipedia when I made one up and put it in the chat. He's like, who's that quote by? And he's like, look it up on Wikipedia, like who said it. And the quote is, if we can convince man that space is what we imagine it to be, we will own his mind. But if we can convince man that time itself is something we can manipulate, we will own his soul. Kind of ominous, but it's so true. Like they want to own all of the basic elements of our existence. And part of that is making people believe that time is something that's not a constant and that light is something that is a constant, which is not true. It's the opposite.
Yeah, happy Halloween. You've sold your soul.
Exactly.
We all sell them on over to the Grim Reaper. But yeah.
That was funny the other day with who was it? I think it was Jace and SE, and I don't know. It was just funny to me. I love it when they try and sell the space time thing,
Yeah.
And it's like I was just trying to explain, and SE was as well, just trying to explain it to him as simply as possible. But he was doing his little workaround and doing his mathemagics, and it's like, no, dude, no, we're not bending concepts. We're not bending.
Yeah, conceptual mathematics is reality. Come on.
It was funny. I was laughing. I was having a good laugh about it, to be honest. But yeah, whole that is certainly interesting. I don't know if I've seen that quote, but it made me think of Back to the Future.
Yeah, the irony of hearing someone that I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nah, it'll be long. I want to hear you first. Go.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think it's the irony in hearing somebody that is obviously an intelligent person be convinced that conceptual mathematics is actually our reality. because they can understand the conceptual mathematics, and they've been convinced that actually has something to do with our physical reality. They're explaining it in a way that, with this arrogance, like Jay Ace or the guy that Witsit was arguing with last night, as like matter is so funny and ironic that they're talking about these things matter of factly, like the tornadoes on Jupiter or whatever, like because they've been told that, and it has to do with this authority, intellectual, pseudo intellectualism, and to see the arrogance on their face, it's just like, it's so the perfect illustration of what these men have created. It's Frankenstein, basically.
Well, what's interesting to me is, I mean,
Frankenbeliever.
Frankenbeliever, yeah, Franken space-timer.
this recognition, and to me, a deep recognition that time isn't real. Ultimately, it's a concept. It's that is a deep spiritual connotation for all people, and it can really cut through the bullshit, cut through the words and everything else. Really, I really want to talk about that a lot, but I realize that not many folks will go with me on it, I don't think. But I think it's tied to our true identity, if you will. That is timeless, if you see. Truly timeless,
What were you saying was timeless in particular? I kind of missed what you were
our true identity sort of thing. Spirit, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
I think we get lost in these words a little bit, and it was that deep recognition that time isn't real that sort of cuts through all. It's like a hot knife through butter, just, and you're like, oh shit.
Well, do you think that maybe the collective unconscious is always building in, like, the Akashic records or whatever you want to call it? Like, there's always like this intellect, this constant gathering of this of memory, this collective memory that we have that somehow is still in the ether and will always be. But that kind of is what makes you or anyone think that it's timeless, because it's the past, all collectively still there in our collective unconscious.
Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about this more than any man ever should, I think, to the point where I never want to think about it ever again. So I just end up in this place where I'm speculating, and it's not a very comfortable place because I don't know. I don't know ultimately. So
Well, yeah, we couldn't, right? Because that's the paradox we have to live within. Because if we knew, then there would be nothing else to seek.
I do feel like
Yeah.
once we cross over, that it's not the personality sort of stays here. That makes sense to me anyway. The thing that truly matters in you passes over, if you will. The thing that you think of as you, the thing that's made in time, and I think that makes sense to me that it stays here in this time realm. That makes sense to me anyway. But again, I could imagine a lot of people not going with me on that, because they'd be like, well, then what was the point? There's no purpose to it. Well, what's the point of dancing? What's the point?
There you go. That's a
Why
good
do you
one.
dance?
What's the point in dancing? I like that one.
Yeah, why do you dance?
Right. There has to be a reason for it, and that takes away from the expression of it.
Exactly, yeah.
Who was trying to butt in before, or not butt in?
I was gonna say, before we got off the Mandela effect, I've kind of gotten deep into it, and I agree with you. I agree with you, man. Like, I think it's more of a deception than anything, because there's all these fragments and remnants of it, but it does yield to the whole hologram theory, and the whole, like, our existence is meaningless if it's just a part of something else, right? We're living this hologram. But something else to add to that combo is, like, the whole AI, like this super intelligence that's going to come and rectify every error in our quote unquote hologram existence, because if they're going to say that we're like some giant simulation, and this is like simulation, Like they're going to come out with technology or something, some sort of deception that proves simulation theory. Well, then we can simulation, and then we can prove why the Mandela effect even happened, and we can start to tweak things. And if you can prove that like Berenstain went to Berenstain and Dolly's braces, and we are the champions of the world, which I remember of the world, right? I was born in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
I remember it as the world. And if you can prove all these things and say, okay, we can augment our reality, then that yields to this whole like, well, we need this super intelligent AI, right? Which to me, an AI, there's no such thing as an artificial intelligence. Like there's like machine learning, but there's not necessarily a
Right.
an intelligent entity outside of what's been created already that was alive and a living entity. And so I think that's what kind of opens up for this great deception and this antichrist. Which if these famous things that we all remember are changed, why couldn't the Bible be changed? And they're already talking right now about like AI rewriting the Bible and taking out its errors and these sorts of things. Which is like, dude, I mean, if we can prove that we're in a hologram and it can be fixed, man, it just opens the door up for tons of deception in the future.
Oh yeah, and they'll convince people because the AI algorithms are so good at predicting what's going to happen because of like all of the factors that go into that algorithm. Like if given this amount of likelihood, then and this amount of certain mindset of certain people, this might happen. Therefore, there'll be prophets out there that are in the form of AI or even using AI to predict things and seem like prophets, and it will be very convincing.
I just looked up the song lyrics of that song, and it does say of the world. So
Yeah, the actual lyrics are there. I'm sure there's a version that I haven't heard that one before. In fact, or actually, maybe I just didn't pay enough attention to it when I first heard it. But there's got to be a version where that actually is said because we all know that that's the way we heard it.
Well, that's how I remember it. I seem to recall because they did this huge Live Aid thing in 1980 something. The Feeding Africa and all that, Band-Aid or whatever. And I seem to recall that maybe, I don't know, I seem to recall because it was a huge audience at Wembley, like 100,000 people or something like that. And
Oh yeah,
I can remember. I remember.
Dude, yeah.
I remember Freddie of the World. I definitely remember that. So,
hey Andy, all you have to do is go ask Dr. Phil because that's who Freddie Mercury is now.
See, this is what I'm talking about, Dave. You can't keep doing
I'm
that.
kidding.
Dave.
I'm kidding.
I know,
I'm not kidding, but I am kidding.
Do you understand that you know better? That you know better than the deceivers. Did you see that?
No, I'm saying I think some of these things are absolutely seem to be the case, in my opinion.
It keeps people off of balance. That's the way I see it.
Wasn't OJ's wife Nicole became like some famous movie or not movie? She became like the newscaster.
Yeah, that
seems
to be possible. That's possibly the case. Yeah,
that's the one that opened my mind up to that.
Well, the whole OJ thing seems like a psyop, regardless if she became Megan Fox or not. So if the whole thing's a psyop, then where do those people go? Some people think that the Ronald, the other guy that was supposedly killed along with her, became fucking the governor of California, and it looks like it could be. Yeah, they do have very similar looks.
I kind of, I think I've got pretty good discernment, and I see how people love a conspiracy. Oh my God. And me too. I'd include myself in that as well. But I kind of know truth when I see it. Like, not to paint myself as a special boy. I don't want to fall into that trap. But I'm just saying that I've got a pretty good hold on my own discernment. And then when somebody else is in the same chat and he's like, fucking Bill Hicks is Alex Jones and starts all with this fucking nonsense, that undermines the whole thing. It makes.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Everyone else looks stupid, Dave.
Right. I think that what I think. I think that that when you say something like that, the best way I've found is to say it seems to be the case, as far as I can tell, for me,
No,
from what I've
no,
looked into, rather than saying it is the case. And then on your side, saying there's no way it is the case is another definitive claim that you don't necessarily know, especially if you
no.
haven't
I
looked
do
into
know.
it. So
I do know.
someone saying they do know then automatically makes their opinion less credible rather than more credible because they've given up speculation completely.
No, I'm saying I'm going that one step further and seeing the fucking 4D chess being played. And I'm saying they are here, and I'm kind of implicating you are here to undermine everyone else and make us all look fucking stupid.
Are you under the impression they've never had somebody famous declared
This is
dead
how the
and then have
deceivers
that?
play the
I'm
game,
just saying.
dude.
Are you saying is there a hard and fast rule in your mind like that's never happened ever?
This is how deceivers play the game. And I see straight fucking through it.
So you're saying it's never happened in your mind? There's not one of those cases that actually might be the case.
Everything I've seen about that just looks silly to me. I don't know.
Okay, so then you're under the impression that's never happened.
Yeah, I think Paul McCartney is Paul McCartney. Yes.
Yeah, sure, that one. But what about others? Are there any others that you've looked at that seem like maybe questionable to you?
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen one that was even. I'm trying to think now because I have to cast myself back. And
I'm
no, I
saying
don't
your
think I've seen
aversion,
one.
maybe your aversion to Paul McCartney being someone different has made you like unable to see that it's possible in other cases because then it might mean that Paul McCartney's not who we were told.
What about celebrities just getting killed and replaced with doubles, clones, or whatever?
I think the clone thing might
By
be
that?
partly deception at least. I think they probably can clone people, but as far as making them become the person that they replaced, that's I guess it's possible, but I don't know. That might be part of the deception. When they can get an actor to do it with a mask, it's much easier than cloning someone and training them to be the person that they used to be, or that they were cloned from.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's more likely doubles or actors, or
Yeah.
just somebody that assumes their role.
Right. That's easier. Way easier. Definitely, I think they
agree
can
with you there.
clone people. That makes sense. I don't know how much they perfected it. And then there's the whole thing of like, you know, they're supposedly they can like duplicate the brain through this holographic technology and actually duplicate it. Now, whether that then you would have to go through the process of having that person have the same memories, which would be a whole other challenge. Like even if they had the same connections in the same exact brain, it doesn't create those memories for them and that experience that would make up a personality. So that's where it becomes kind of, you know, far-fetched. But
Yeah,
and
earlier
something
we
I was
were.
going to say about the AI that I just learned about an hour ago. I was listening to another person talk about that they're using algae now with these computer networks. So they have like a living multiplying organism that is integrated within the technology to make it a living technology to a certain extent, right? And I thought that was fascinating, and that makes a lot of sense. Like if the AI or the algorithm has like an organism attached to it that is also multiplying and living, and it becomes more sustainable because it's a multiplying organism rather than something that's going to like eventually corrode, then that's another level of possibilities that I didn't think about. Because then it could learn possibly, you know, in a more real sort of sense, you know, as an AI type consciousness, you know, if it's like some kind of living organism that's part of it. Wow. Makes me think about information and how like that is like so much of what we are driven by as humans. Like there's even the theory that like the word or the symbol is the organism, right? And that it's just using us to progress itself. Not that I think that's true, but it's an interesting concept, you know. And that it'll outlive us through the computer. possibly.
Yeah, they do. They do like to blur the lines between things we can know, things we can believe. Blur the lines between belief and knowing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they did with 9/11. I thought was a big marker in the timeline where they just like there was a line in the sand and they just went and kicked the line and just smudged it and made it completely hard to tell exactly what the fuck was going on.
Yeah.
And controlled opposition on both sides. All about, using the truth to control our minds. Because that's our natural instinct, try to seek the truth, right? Or at least it seems like most of us. Even if we're like normies that think they have the truth, it seems like that was the instinct to be curious enough to find out what they think, what's going on. And then once they've got that, it's such a security thing, like you're so dependent on that being the case that you have this adolescent reaction to new information, like Witz and Geo were talking about earlier. And Geo, that thing about the circumcision is so, man, that is so true about the traumatic coming into this life with a traumatic event that totally like, your whole rest of your existence kind of hinges upon that because you become so insecure and so traumatized that like like the rest of your life, your instinct is to avoid that type of trauma. And to be dependent on whatever you need to get over it, and like the brain doesn't allow itself to ever go to that point again. And using those little triggers, then it makes the whole system of people like much more malleable and controllable.
Yep. Oh yeah, dude. There's a lot of deep implications of that, like that imprint. It's like an attack on the male genitalia directly. If you're talking about circumcision, particularly, and then all of the reactionary, even like violence or aggression or just misplace of trust.
Yeah. Yeah, like they say with some of this child pedophilia, there's something that happens in the brain when a young boy is sodomized, like a crack or some kind of like physiological change in the brain. They say that makes him more, controllable.
Yeah, I saw something the other day, like a news report on one of the Truther channels, where they were talking about people can just, like these pedophiles, I don't know if they've been convicted or they've been found out, but there's this thing that's built in, it's legal, where they can just escape to Israel and face no justice whatsoever.
Wow.
Imagine. And they have done, and then they've been like, there was this one dude they'd followed basically, and he'd been caught, he was fondling some 9-year-old in the States, and then when he got to Israel, he was fondling some 5-year-old. Unbelievable. I'm like, this is wild. So yeah, I don't know what that was on. I think it's on Pirate Pete, on his Truther channel. He does all the Truther videos. But it was just like a mainstream, something you'd see on the news. But again, that could be, well, I don't know. I don't want to speculate what it could be, but that's
Well, we
gross,
know
isn't it?
to a certain extent a lot of that's true, and then they use that as like another, like they always use like the truth to sell more lies or attach the big truth that seems obvious and it is obvious in your face, and then they attach it to this like red pill pseudo intellectual fundamental Christian slash woke type movement that's like all about like manly men and women should be feminine, and that's the way it is, and we need to move on now with this new red pill generation that's based on these things that have to do with pedophilia, which is a very blatant in your face crime that then they say they attach to, like that revolution is attached to that truth, even though that's something that like Epstein probably is still alive, and all those things, but they had to be given this like little like victory of sorts, like through the red pill / woke MAGA, a Q movement that seems to be kind of building up a lot of energy in people like us.
Well, no, I was thinking it. I was thinking it more along the lines of so they could use the, you know, if they turn a lot of hatred, because you think of the reparations that these people have had, but not only that, they use this sense of victimhood, and if they turn a lot of anger to this one small place, you know, in the Middle East or whatever, they can harness that energy. If you see, um, yeah, it's clever.
Yeah, they
It
use
really is.
prisons that way too, right? They even like pluck people that have a, you know, certain amount of characteristics out of prisons and use them as sleeper agents or whatever they say.
Oh, I just watched that video, North. Yeah, Mike. You know, Michael Jackson's, I think, the first album I ever bought when I was a child. You know, um, I think it was bad. Was it bad or was it Thriller? I think it was bad. I know Thriller came out first, but I was like very young. I remember I bought the single as well. It was like the Bartman. Remember The Simpsons? Do the Bartman. I'm just showing my age now. That's the first album I ever bought. Michael Jackson's Bad, I think. And yeah, I was sometimes jokingly say America's greatest export is Huey Lewis, just for a bit of fun, you know.
Sure.
Because my brother always listened to Huey Lewis. I'd always hear it coming out of his bedroom because he was like 10 years older than me. So yeah,
Well,
Huey
on
Lewis.
that topic, though, don't you see that there's like a financial decision that goes on a lot of times with these things? Like if you're gonna fade away, right, and you're not gonna have that last boost of record sales, and you've got all these people dependent on your name being the industry that you were, and you're now like a aging rock star. It's just a financial decision to give up your legal fiction name. You have a some kind of tragic death or whatever they want to say, and then your record sales boost. You become a legend, and that's a better way to end as that kind of person than just fading away and people forgetting who you were.
I was just commenting on a video North had posted in the chat.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Michael Jackson still being alive.
No. Because
Okay.
I'm of course I don't know, but it seemed to me that Michael was trying to expose some things. That's what it seems to me. Just, you know, not that seems we're talking about it.
Yeah,
And
they may have wrote him in like part of his whole thing was being the martyr, right? Not that he wasn't like against some of the powers that be, but that's what part of what the whole thing was. They killed him because he was trying to tell the truth, just like Kennedy or some of these other people.
well, I mean, I don't know ultimately, but it does look like I know they got a bit pissed off when he did that song. They don't really care about us, and one of the lyrics is "Do me," isn't it? Do me, everybody do that. And I
Right.
just remember the interview with Michael there and that girl, and she's grilling him. The lady's sort of grilling him, and Michael's going, "What? Huh? Well, I'm the victim here." You know, he's doing that. And what's the meaning of this lyric, Michael?
Right. And it's funny because that's the lyric that like, shows that there's an incompetence on that idea that it's just the Jews rather than Zionists, like anyone that says it's the Jews seems like ignorant to the idea that it's not Jews, it's Zionism.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know who it is. I just think it's people with lots of money against the rest of. That's the way I kind of look at it. You know, I've said before, I think the Jews are as much victimized as anyone else. They're told all these bloody silly narratives, and you know, you imagine doing that to a child, and there's no wonder they do that. You know, the Owen Benjamin thing. They're trying to hurt me.
Yeah. Just to say the Jews, though, if anyone I'm just suspicious of any like truther that's calling out the Jews, because it's just like playing to the short-sighted people that think that like that a religion or even a certain sect of people, like any of that, it's like they would all be in some group when it's more particularly a certain group of people that could be all kinds of religions that are contributing to this overall control. And then maybe Zionism itself is also another short-sightedness that, you know, that is controlled on another level that we can't even see.
You're welcome to believe, Pete, the Paul Fall thing, all you like.
Pete? Oh, Pete's in the chat talking to you. Yeah.
Perhaps wait.
Well, it's one of those things.
Perhaps wait
It's-
until
it's-
I'm not in the VC if you're going to talk about it. Appreciate that.
It's a trigger for you. But do all of these things then become a trigger? That's kind of what I was getting at. Like, because the Paul Fall thing triggers you so much, maybe there's some that like you'd actually be intrigued by and entertained by, but you can't allow yourself to do it because then it means that maybe Paul is Fall.
Or maybe there was so much shit. Think about all that sensationalism that was around them, right? Think of how many stories that didn't catch hold, that didn't capture the public's imagination like this one did, and just fell by the wayside. This is just one that took hold, that's all.
Well, not to even bring this up because you don't like to talk about it, but since we're talking about it, like, you know, they did make like the whole thing about Paul dying, like in the clues on their albums. Like, that's not like a secret. That's like an open thing that they actually did do for some reason, right? That Paul had died, and they used like clues in their album. So is your take on it that they just did that as like a way of like, you know, playing with the public themselves?
Well, I listened to Crow did a really good episode where he got like 4 of, I don't know what you'd even say, the experts, the foremost experts on this topic, and he had them all debate each other, and it was super interesting. I don't know which episode it is. Crow 777 Radio. I'd highly recommend going and listen to it because every little thing you've ever heard about that they brought up. You know, it was a long thing. It was like 2 hours, and it was worth listening to. And I'm not going to shy away from something like that just because I really like the Beatles. You know, I want to know the truth. And
Do you really though? Would you really want to know? Would you really want to know if I could prove to you that Paul wasn't Paul McCartney after a certain point? If I could prove that to you, would you really want to know, or would you just not want to look at anything I send you?
Of course I want to know.
But it doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, well, I've already accused you of being a deceiver, Dave. You know?
I'm not a deceiver.
I'm not joking.
I want. Hey, when you want to know and you're considering all these things, you're not a deceiver, but you're just open to the idea that this is possible and that it seems likely because of these reasons.
Yeah, possible. I mean, probable though? No, not really.
Well, I would imagine if you look into it as much as I have, you might go more towards probable.
No, I think I probably looked into it more than you have, Dave, and it's nonsense.
I doubt that, but let's not have a competition over who looked into what.
You started this pissing contest, sir.
You don't want me to start posting pictures? Come on.
No. Don't post the pictures. Look, this dude, Wings of Pegasus. He does an excellent video, and I'll post that. And just watch it because
all right, I'm open to any information. I'm open to
just like what I said, where because I'm very confident in like the human condition. That's like
what I was getting at, though,
as you know. One sec, Dave.
I'm sorry.
One sec. I watched an interview with Paul pre and post, and I just absolutely knew that I was the same person.
Okay.
And I don't need anything else. Now you can do all kinds of little tricks, like look, he's 3-4 inches taller in this picture, and all the fucking stupid shit that they say. Look, his nose. And they had an Italian forensic specialist do this with his nose and his facial recognition and all the stupid shit that they do. And like, I don't need any more than to look at a couple of minutes of footage from one interview pre and post his supposed death, and I know that's the same person. So,
Well,
but
some
this
people
guy,
might accuse you of not looking into it enough. Then, if you just need a couple minutes.
no, I'm just trying. I'm trying to. What's the word? I'm trying to like. I'm trying to show that I I know the human condition very well. I've had to heal myself, and then so I can see in others. You see, so yeah, I it's like I don't know.
What
It's
I was going to
almost
say though is,
supernatural.
okay, like even if you're right that it's the same Paul McCartney, you have to at least admit that then this whole thing about Paul is dead or Paul was replaced is a psyop of its own. That's got like it's been blown way out of proportion for a reason, and actually maybe even contributed to by Paul and the Beatles themselves with the album covers and all that. Like it's a massive psyop if it's the same person.
Yeah, this guy, Wings of Pegasus. He does an excellent video just showing how there's loads of little like things that he does, the way he plays his instrument, etc., etc. And
Right.
I know for me, when I was watching those two interviews, there's all kinds of little ticks that we do unconsciously, that we little moves, little head bobs, little things that we do, and yeah, it's very easy to see it's the same person, but.
Yeah, we don't need to belabor it. I mean, I think that you've decided that you think is true and that you're comfortable with
Well,
it.
we do, Dave, because you keep posting shit and like the two pictures, and it's really
You don't want
annoying.
me to start posting again. I'll show you. I'll show you that's not Paul if you want me to.
There you go.
In
You
my
see,
opinion.
there you go.
That doesn't seem to be Paul. I could just say it that way. I don't want to say it's not Paul definitively because I
It's
can't
just
know
a
for
different
sure.
dude. Yeah, it's a different guy.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Billy Shears.
Well, even Eddie Cochran. Recently, I've looked into that idea.
Like a lot of these, I don't necessarily agree with all the ones, that are claiming that people are other people and all that.
Yeah.
But the Paul Fall one, I've done a pretty good amount of research in that, and one of the really interesting ones is the voice prints. Have you seen those? Where there's these German, like experts in like voice recognition and voice prints. Basically, the idea that we all have a certain print to our voice, kind of like a fingerprint. We all have a voice print, and they basically heard about this Paul McCartney thing, and they totally thought it was obviously a hoax, and they just thought it was a hoax, and they were going to debunk it. And so they did these very detailed analysis of voice prints between the claimed original Paul and then the fall, as it were, the faux Paul guy who is said to be Paul McCartney now. And to their incredible surprise, they found that they were different voice prints. And so even they had to start to consider that this could be true. And like that's coming from very mainstream, science world, as it were. So they were from Germany. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I looked deep into it. I think that, I mean, the best that I could come up with, and I'm pretty sure of it, that Paul McCartney's still alive. That's the whole thing. It's a psyop within a psyop, right? Even though it's based on the fact that Paul isn't the Paul that we knew. He was replaced at a certain point. But the real Paul isn't dead, and that's part of the psyop.
I don't necessarily ever agree with the idea that he was killed, even though, that is kind of part of the narrative.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that's just part of it. But just that it's a different actual person, because it's basically their Freemasonry guy, the guy who replaced him. Yeah, that's why like he basically took the whole band over, and he's like the superstar ever since they.
Well, the other part of it, a lot of these Paul is dead people won't even touch, is the idea that John Lennon himself is actually still alive and living in Liverpool and still takes care of a strawberry fields, the garden, and repaints the gate. And his name is Colin Unwin, and that seems to be the original John Lennon that was also replaced. So the whole Paul is dead thing is like a sidestep, in my opinion, from what I looked into. The whole thing is like Paul is dead, right? Paul was replaced, but they'll never tell you about all the other Beatles being replaced as well at certain points.
That's where I got to with Loggy. I'd arguing with him about Paul because he knew it triggered me, and then eventually got to this place. Well, they replaced them all anyway. They replaced all four of them, and I was like, I'm done. I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's
I'm
what
out.
you don't want to know. If it is true, you'd rather not know, right?
No, Dave. It's not about me not wanting to know. It's
You
about
said you're
me.
done. You said
It's
you're done.
about me exposing you fucking retards and the
Well, you can't
fucking
expose them
stupid
unless you
delusional
know
shit
exactly
you
what they
believe.
say. You can't expose anything unless you've done you've gone to the
Dude,
point where you're not saying you're
it's
done.
delusional bullshit. For
I know
fuck's
you
sake.
want to believe that, but you haven't done the research to convince me you know that.
Yeah, because some Italian forensic scientist. Look at it. It's different. His face is different. Have you seen Italians make anything? Have you seen the Leaning Tower of Pisa, by the way? I wouldn't trust an Italian to do anything but make me dinner. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, the question is, what's the truth of it? Yeah, is it the same guy? I mean, at the end of the day, they also like. There's all these connections that he has. Have you seen the those memoirs, the Billy Shears memoirs?
Yeah,
That is
Yep.
interesting.
yeah, 666 pages or something like that.
I mean, it's basically this guy, this Freemason, who claims he's interviewing the fake Paul guy, and it's
Yeah.
like a tell-all. It's like a tell-all. He tells exactly how they pulled it off, how they've done it, all the dynamics involved.
Yeah, and a lot of that might be part of the psyop. It's based on a truth that it's not the same Paul, but the whole subterfuge of it is that they've got this guy named Billy Shears, which may not even be the guy, that
Well, yeah, I
replaced
could
him.
even imagine. Yeah, I was just saying Billy Shears because part of like,
Yeah, I know.
first of all, it's part of the Beatles lyrics, and it's and then when like Sergeant Pepper came in, and may we introduce to you, the one and only Billy Shears. So yeah, I'm not saying that was like his original name or whatever,
Right.
but it is interesting that like the whole what would you do if I sang out of tune? It's like there's this whole like I'm this new guy in the band, what's going on like in Sergeant Pepper's. That's what's crazy about it too. All the like all the different things that they put in their lyrics and stuff. I mean, there's a lot to it all, whatever it is. It definitely
Yeah,
seems like some kind
brilliant.
of Hollywood black magic ritual thing.
Brilliant. It's brilliant. And it's like such a small example of some of these larger truths that we're trying to pick apart and figure out where the subterfuge comes in and what how it could be that there's so many people like, convinced and working with these people, but then like, they never even went to the moon and they made it seem like, fake on purpose for the subterfuge that followed. And, some of these things they're doing with the ISS and like, how could it be that we see this thing in the sky, but it's not really like there's no people up there. Wait, so then what about the stuff on the ISS where they're showing us them on harnesses on purpose for some reason? Like it's the revelation of the method. And that Paul is dead thing is a perfect example of that. Cause like it seems like he was replaced. He's not dead. And maybe he wasn't Billy Shears. Maybe it was Eddie Cochran. Maybe it was all these, there's all these, like the truth is like what they're playing with and then building these like, pseudo truths based on the truth that he was replaced. But then like the whole lore that goes into it with the album covers, bare feet with the Abbey Road, and the bare feet must mean he was in a coffin, and like the black rose and all these things that were placed at the time to create this pseudo truth around something. Possibly bullshit.
Out, Dave.
I'll say possibly bullshit. Yeah, possibly.
You sound like Pete right now. Sorry, Pete.
I'm not saying definitively though. That's what gives me, I hope, a little more credibility than saying I know for sure. Because you have to always be open to everything. Yeah, I'm open to it being bullshit even, right? But I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm open to the possibility. I mean, look, all the world's a stage, and each must play a part. I get it. The fucking people are playing games. I get it. But you've got to see the negative side of this as well. And just how, as I said before, I likened it. I use this analogy where you've got a big field with a rabbit hole in the middle of it, and it's ultimate truth. And what the deceivers do, put 1,000 fucking holes around that one hole that leads to the ultimate truth, say. That's an analogy I used, and I don't think it's that great, actually. I probably should change it to something else. But you see what I'm saying? It muddies the waters, and it's a fun distraction, I guess. There's money to be made in it, of course. These people pushing these agendas, these people that are saying all these things, they're selling books. They've got a dog in the race. This is the truth. They've got a dog in the race. So
yeah, so you agree it's a psyop, at least even if it's not the truth, right? Maybe it is the same Paul, right? But they're built on the psyop, the idea that he was replaced, and you realize that there's a major effort going into that for some reason.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. And what's the reason? Possibly.
Well, there's all kinds of financial reasons for it, isn't there?
Like just the
But
selling of the books.
well, it's a fun distraction too. People love a conspiracy, don't they? You know,
Mhm.
keeps people distracted.
Mhm.
You know, sends people down rabbit holes that are just totally fucking meaningless.
And the Beatles themselves
lead
do
to
that.
nowhere.
The Beatles themselves played into it. You realize that then too. If it
Oh,
is
of
a
course,
psyop,
yeah.
they themselves are contributing to it by
Yeah, I was.
putting out the album cover clues and all that, right?
Yeah, the other day, I mean, the other day I was talking about Nowhere Man, and I was talking about the lyrics specifically, and you just read the lyrics, and I was saying, and you know, it's with a heavy heart that I was, you know, I was saying this is fucking spellcraft. This is just plain and simple spellcraft tied to all that Tavistock shit, you know.
So
So
that's interesting because you're actually open to the idea that Tavistock and some of these other men were writing the lyrics for the Beatles, yet you're not open to the idea that it wasn't the original Paul that was involved in this.
well, as I say, I watched.
I'm
I watched
saying,
the interview.
wouldn't it give the original Paul a little more credit that he wasn't involved in the psyop part of it? He was just like a real artist that they gave up his identity to have like residual income for the rest of his life from the Beatles music and live a quiet life with his original girlfriend that that he wanted to live a real life with. Wouldn't that give the original Paul a little more credit than being involved in this psyop on the public?
I mean, this is how I tended to leave it with Loggy because, you know, as I say, it's just retarded and it ends up down this, you know, ugh. But I'd just say something along the lines of, well, look, the person they replaced him with, this guy's a fucking genius. He deserves all the Emmys, all the Oscars, because, you know, he not only is he can play a right-handed guitar upside down, he can play left-handed, of course. He can the amount of things that this person can do, and he's got all the ticks down. He's got all the little mechanics that you notice in the original Paul, quote unquote. It's like it's nuts. So yeah, that guy's fucking performance is amazing.
Yeah,
That's what I would say. But obviously,
yeah,
I don't even entertain that because I just think it's the same person. So
yeah, yeah. It would be an amazing thing, right? Like that's what I say about like Alex Jones, whether it was Bill Hicks or Sam Kinison or somebody that was not even either, or maybe it was even both of them playing the part at one point is a possibility. But regardless, it's a brilliant performance by Alex Jones or whoever, if it was Sam Kinison or if it was Bill Hicks. That it's brilliant because they've done so well at performing this character that they've hidden like some of the essential qualities that we recognize them as. Like even their own sense of humor is hidden, because he's not as funny as either of those, or it doesn't
well,
seem to be at least.
like I said, to me, like I think I've got pretty good discernment, and so the way I look at it is I can only speak from that, and so all this is deception, and it needs to be. I need to sort of, it's clawing up at this at the basic truth. I mean, you're talking about Alex Jones and Bill Hicks and Sam Kinison. They're all different people, dude.
Yeah, it
You
seems like
realize
it.
that?
It does seem
No,
like it, even though their looks are very similar.
so yeah, they're all humans. Yeah, that's what it's just. Oh, he just
Well,
so
yeah, I
silly.
do agree with you. Those are all different people. I would. I don't
It
think
seems
Bill
like
Hicks is out. I don't think Bill Hicks
I
is
can't
out
say
there.
for sure.
I think Bill Hicks kind of took some of his persona from Alex Jones, or sorry, other way around. Alex Jones took part of his persona from some of these other guys, like a lot of artists or people do. They take a certain style. Like, yeah, so Bill Hicks, Steve Kinison, a lot of these guys that have that type of style to it. So I think Alex Jones kind of copied their style, like artistically, the kind of screaming, yelling. Then he added his own thing to it. But that kind of like aggressive thing. I mean, it's very different though. I mean, Bill Hicks and Alex Jones are pretty different, even in their performances. But I do think that Alex Jones, like his character, whether he came up with that kind of whole style that he does, whether it's just him naturally, whether there is some other influences going on, but either way, I think he kind of took some things from Bill Hicks's work, but I definitely don't think it's the same person.
Well, but Andy, are there any of these replacement ideas that you've ever entertained or even thought that could be at all possible? Have you heard a lot of them? Because I could send you one that I would say I'm like dead sure about, which I'm not going to even talk about. But
yeah, which ones are you sure on? I mean, new perspective. Are you going with Bill Hicks, Alex Jones? You're going with that one?
Nope.
No.
I'm not saying for sure. I don't know. It could be. I'm like, there's a percentage on some of these.
Let's nail
like,
down which ones are you just 100%.
I think that he looks more like Sam Kinison. He's more of a bear man like Sam Kinison was, but then Sam Kinnison's a much older person than Bill Hicks even was. But we know Alex Jones is also lying about his age. So, and who knows about the aging process? Sam Kinison was a very successful man that, they could give this milkshake protein thing to that could reverse aging. I think they probably figured that out. So maybe the age doesn't really even matter as much anymore. But I think he looks way more like Sam Kinison, and they're using the I just know that the kid picture that they use for Alex Jones looks like the same kid that Sam Kinison was. And they even came out with an album cover with Sam Kinison as a kid, and it says, "Have you seen me lately?" And then you look at the picture, and it's the same picture they're using for Alex Jones's kid picture. It's the same kid. Seems like.
Look into that.
I mean,
and look, Alex Jones, wait, hold on. Alex Jones is buddy arm in arm with Charlie Sheen. Guess who was buddy arm in arm with Charlie Sheen? Sam Kinison. Now that doesn't necessarily prove anything, but the connections there are wild, and like why they're using this. It looks like the same exact kid. But I don't know that it doesn't necessarily prove anything. So I think that maybe the Bill Hicks thing is like they put the gap in between his teeth to make him look more like Bill Hicks, and that's the subterfuge. It's like that to pass him off as possibly Bill Hicks, and even changing some of the pictures to look more like he matches with Bill Hicks rather than Sam Kinison. Or maybe it was both, because there's some of those pictures that look like he might be Bill Hicks.
Dave, it's fun to speculate. I get that, but listen, it is. But the thing is, do you not see that you know better than the deceivers by bringing this in here? This is supposed to be about truth. This place, isn't it? Is it not? You know better than them.
Why? It's all about speculation.
You're helping them.
The truth? Who knows the truth for sure? It's like saying the Earth is flat. Well, it's a misnomer to begin with. We don't know exactly what the whole thing is. But just because that seems to not be a spinning ball, we had to speculate to even get to that point, right? And if you're not speculating on some of these things that don't seem to add up, and there's speculation other people take seriously, then at least look into it and put it out there as something that we all talk about. And as a hive mind, we might come to a closer point of figuring it out. But it's not; these things aren't as important. Like if Bill Hicks became Sam or Alex Jones, then what? I mean, does that really matter? Not really. But it's fun to speculate about.
But there's a line, because you seem to have contracted this fucking mind virus, and you're doing their bidding for them. You're doing the bidding for them.
I think that some things are harmless, and this one might be one of them. Some of these things. I don't know. Are they not harmless? I think maybe if you're crushing somebody's sense of reality, like they have to have Paul McCartney be the same person for things to be right in their mind, then it is maybe not harmless. So I'm sorry.
No. Listen, I'm quite happy to look if it's not Paul and it is a replacement. Bloody hell! What a guy you found!
I don't think
what a magic man!
You would not be happy. You would not be happy to be proven that it's.
I wouldn't care that. I don't have them wrapped up in my identity too much. I don't have anything.
I don't know, man. You sound pretty defensive about it. You sound triggered by it.
That's because I do feel like it's part of the fucking Deceiver's handbook that you bring into this place. So it's like that's why I feel like it's just not good. It's not a good thing. I think it's like when these fucking people come into this place and they start saying, "Well, I think the Earth's a donut," or whatever the fuck they say, some stupid shit. It's the same undermining thing, gaslighting thing, making everyone look fucking stupid.
Right. And I think it's used that way, regardless if it's true. Like, that you're right that they use that. Like I said, I think that part of the whole psyop is the Paul is dead thing. When he's not even dead, he's actually living in Liverpool under the name John Halliday. Now that's the interesting part about it for me, because there is a psyop going on, and I agree. It does add to the confusion, and it makes people like, preoccupied with things about surrounded by. It seems like a given truth or an obvious truth that it's not the same person. But then there's like this whole story added to it, which is subterfuge, and it's like parts of it are true, parts of it aren't true. And that's what I find interesting, because that's how they work everything. Like the moon landing or the ISS, they're showing us the people on harnesses, but then gaslighting people to either believe it or argue about whether that's true or not, when it's obviously not the case that there's people up there at the ISS, if you really have a common sense, open mind about it.
No, but I hear what you're saying, Andy, with that, and I do think it perhaps could be used to do that, like what you're saying in some cases, maybe that there could be trying to have discrediting and trying to do different things with, what seemingly might be outrageous claims or things that are like, false, and then to have those going around, meaning somebody who's maybe well respected in certain things, and then if they were to insert that, I see where you're coming from with that. But then there's another question, but is there truth in some or all of these, or some of them? I mean, we'd probably all agree that all of the claims are probably not all true, but I'm just saying, where's the string of truth? And if there's truth in one or more of them, then that is interesting to know about, especially when it comes to the, the sort of just the larger structures that are going on in the world, and these kind of quote unquote famous individuals that seem to have influence, and in Hollywood and some of these things. Like the Avril Lavigne one is interesting. When you look in, it does look like it's a different girl. I mean, she's got a different voice. She sings the songs differently. She uses different inflections. That's a whole interesting one. But which I looked into, and it's pretty undeniable the differences. But anyways, so I mean, if there's some of these that do have doubles, or they do have, someone else that's kind of playing that role, it's not like the most important truth in the world, perhaps, because it's kind of just more within that world. But if some of them were true, Andy, would you want to know the ones that are true?
Yeah, of course. Let me just say this one thing, and I'll go for a wee, and I'll make a cup of tea. What a big revelation to me, anyway, was that when you think of it as attention is the key, right? This is what they always talk about in Zen: attention, right? These thoughts, these ideas, they grab a person, and they hold them. What's funny is then the person, they don't have the idea has them. Do you see? He totally owns them. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're getting captivated by it and things. So yeah, I see what you mean. There could be like an allure maybe, or
Yes,
within that.
right. He's pure wizardry. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, and that's what's brilliant about it, because I don't know if they really care that we figure it out or don't figure it out, and whether, even if we figure out part of it, like there's a bigger truth it's only one small part of a bigger truth that they may have full control over, to an extent that we wouldn't even imagine to be the case,
Yeah, but having doubles is not really that big of a deal ultimately. I mean, the Paul McCartney replacement, it is a pretty similar looking guy, and the guy that replaced him obviously does have charisma. But I mean, looking into that one, it really does seem like it's a different Paul. I know that obviously Andy was saying the total opposite. I don't know what he's looked into, or who's looked into what and the position on it. But Mike Williams, like Sage of Quay, he's done some really good content on that.
He really has.
I kind of actually am curious what the latest stuff is with the Paul is dead thing. I'm curious. Like, I haven't really been up on. I haven't heard like anything too cutting edge, because I researched it all many years ago and then went through a lot of stuff then, and then I haven't really gone deeper on it.
I think that
in terms of like the latest, if they're getting some additional stuff coming through.
Well, I think Mike Williams, not to say he's a shill necessarily, but I think that he's probably seen the idea that it seems like he doesn't include in his whole thing about it. Like, he's talking about the control through Tavistock and their albums, and he has a great breakdown of that. That was kind of recent. which I could fill you in on. Like he breaks down like the Revolver album and how like the time that it would have taken to like in the studio to make that within the, you know, like from start to finish is just like beyond like belief that these guys would just put that together and come out with it. But who knows? But regardless of that, the idea that John Lennon was also replaced and is going by the name of Colin Unwin, and that Paul McCartney was like almost towards like the beginning of the like before the Sgt. Pepper's, those guys were replaced, both of them, and they're both living in Liverpool, as far as I can tell. It's Colin Unwin and John Halliday are the original John and Paul, still alive, living in Liverpool, still friends.
I would have a hard time thinking that could be possible, but I mean, I'm open to hearing whatever on it. That I mean, what's the data that brought you to that? I mean, that would be a huge thing for them to keep a secret, and then there's a lot to that. I mean, if you're saying they're just living normal lives.
Yeah, in fact, I can't find a picture of. There was a channel called Linda Conspiracy Corner, and a lot of her videos aren't available any longer. She had some really great content, or whoever was putting that channel together had some great content. And Paul McCartney's. It seems like John Halliday's actually married to the woman that he was that was his major girlfriend before the other Paul took over. And that they had lived like a great happy life, and he was actually giving tours of Paul McCartney's boyhood home as part of his like curator position of that place. And the picture comparisons is what did it for me. Like it seems like that's the guy that was Paul. And then the Colin Unwin picture comparisons also show that it's Paul. I mean, it's John. John became Colin Unwin and still plays guitar and still has the exact same face. And that seems like that was the original John to me. Which would make sense too.
Pictures, the main evidence.
Yeah, I'll post some pictures. But
well,
it's just like
the hint towards faking deaths and shit is pretty common, right? Like there was that whole Tupac made that whole album. What is it? Machiavelli, and then supposedly he like got shot in a car, but then the other guy in his car apparently Tupac got shot like 40 times, and the other passenger got shot 0 times or something, and it was like a closed casket, and people are saying like that they found Tupac later or something, that he faked his death. So like even with that, like that's like a public, almost like a very public conspiracy theory or something, that people pull a Machiavelli, and that Tupac pulled a Machiavelli, i.e. faked his death, and even made an album about it before he did it.
right. And that's a similar thing with the Paul is dead thing, because it doesn't seem like Tupac's dead, but the whole idea that he faked his death, made an album behind it. Now it seems, again, the best that I can tell is that he's actually still alive in a band with Biggie and with the other couple big guys, that Eazy-E, and they're all in Jurassic 5. They're all like, and that's like, it makes sense with the name. Like these are like extinct rap artists that now are all in the same group, and the group started before their deaths.
The 5, the V for the Vril Society.
There you go.
Interesting. You called them the Jurassic 5?
That's what the name of the band is, yeah.
Bro, that's funny because all the V shit is like related with the Vril and the serpent race or the reptilian race, and then these guys are called the Jurassic 5, as in the Jurassic V. And these are all the guys that are supposed to have died, but then they're not dead, they're back. And then the whole fucking thing is that what is it? There's that thing that kills them. They actually do die. But then there's that thing. That's why they have the black eye that takes them over or whatever. The whole lore behind the Vril Society or some shit. That worm that goes in your eyeball.
Yeah, the drone.
Yeah, the drone.
Hey, I was that dude. I've been wanting to jump in this whole time. I wanted to throw in the reptilian twist, man. Like, if you guys, I mean, it's funny to me because the reptilian thing is the one. It's the one conspiracy. No one's allowed to talk about, even conspiracy theorists. It's like, it's taboo.
Wait, hold on. You said you think the reptilian conspiracy is taboo?
Yeah, man. Like, I mean, you could say the Earth is flat, but if you say you believe in a reptilian race, people are like, "What the?"
Amongst flat earthers, yeah, because of some of the subterfuge that's gone into that with like David Icke and some of the claims that aren't backed up with like actual evidence, and so that makes it seem like that's part of the psyop. Maybe there is some truth to it, but then they've made it seem ridiculous on purpose, so that maybe that's it. They make it seem ridiculous on purpose, because it is the truth to a certain extent. Like maybe there's a reptilian part of this people, but they don't actually like morph into reptiles, or something, right?
Is there a way that you can show this Jurassic 5? Like, is there a way you could live stream right now or something like that?
I'll just post the pictures like I've been doing for the other ones.
Yeah, because that's just very interesting. Because 5 is V in Roman numerals, and there was this whole fucking like hour and a half long video, essentially showing like a hidden message in all these movies and TV shows, and the hidden message is that V, like V for Vendetta, or 5, which is also a V, is hinting at the Vril, V for Vril, essentially. And the Vril is that whole fucking reptilian worm. Or I guess the Vrils are reptiles or something. I don't know. Those are the reptile people, but they have this worm that they put into people. And the worm takes the people over, and that's where the whole black eye thing comes from. But the fact that you just said that there's something called the Jurassic 5, dude, fucking, that fits so much in that. That's crazy.
Hey, so I'll tell you, I've never really. I mean, I've known who David Icke is, but so I used to be, I started out with InfoWars like anybody else, and Alex Jones. But anyhow, so I used to watch Paul Watson, and he was on InfoWars all the time. And dude, I was watching a live Paul Joseph Watson, dude, and I swear, bro, like I swear, his eyes did the like crazy flippy thing that there you see all the video compilations of it, and I watched it live, dude, and I was just like, what the fuck? And what made it even fucking worse, dude, was I watched the George Bush, Bill Clinton little fucking fireside chat they had. And dude, I swear to God, dude, I was watching fucking George Bush's eyes like do that crazy slit shit too. And I was like, dude, I cannot. I don't know. It's the one thing I've like refused. But anyhow.
Yeah, there's that movie They Live, where that's the premise essentially. There's a reptilian, serpent race that looks like us and lives among us, essentially. And we don't know about them, but they know about us.
Yeah, dude. And like, I mean, look, my one thing about it is, I'll just say this, like, sometimes, like, when you see, like, foreign policy and just, like, how things are ran, I'm like, dude, this is, like, so inhuman. Like, how could you do that? And then I'll be like, maybe they're not human. I know it's crazy. You're not allowed to think it, but whatever. That is part of my life experience, so it's whatever.
I think it's funny because we all have like our threshold, where we almost rather not know if that's the truth. For me, that's like one of them. Like if there's like reptiles that are, if the Queen of England actually becomes like morphs into a reptile, and that's like that is actually true and to be proven to me, I would want to know, but I'd almost rather not
know. It's just like, I know you're not allowed to think it or whatever. I mean, it's just my life thing.
I'm not allowed to. It's just like my own sense of reality would be like another level that would I would have to accept, and I'd want to know. But at the same time, I almost feel like I'd rather not know. It's one of those things, like, would my life be better without knowing that one? Maybe.
Yeah, so like the Paul Joseph Watson thing, like it's totally. I haven't been able to find it again. Like it's pretty scrubbed. But I have seen the Bush one, and I don't know for if anybody starts researching that stuff. Like I could like real life confirm. Like yeah, I mean I live watched the Bush thing. I live watched the if you ever found the Paul Joseph Watson. And I mean like dude, like it was. I mean, it was not like, dude. I mean, I'm watching it in, like fucking super high def, like this badass computer. You know, dude. I don't know. It was wild.
Do you think? Do you? Did you get it from the real proof of that would have to be to go to the original, somehow know that you had the original broadcast, and then have it like, you know, have that one be the one you're using for reference rather than something posted by someone else that could have been manipulated.
Right? Yeah, yeah. That's the thing about the whole thing. Like, I mean, again, like dude, I haven't studied it. Like every now and then when I'm really bored, I'll like, I don't know. Sometimes I look at them. The videos, but dude, they're like super scrubbed too. By the way, that's like that.
Yeah,
shit
that's the part that's fucking weird to
Yeah.
me is that I mean we already know like essentially anyone who's on the side of censorship automatically loses any intellectual debate off the bat just off of that alone because it's no longer a debate if one side's being essentially coerced not to talk. But yeah, dude, they do censor that shit. I was thinking about something earlier today that they fucking censor. That's really sus as to why would they censor that, even if it were false. Like there would be no reason to censor it. Can't fucking
Yeah.
remember, but yeah, bro, they censor that shit too. Because I remember there used to be that shit used to be kind of mainstream, not mainstream, but like easy to find on YouTube back in like the early days, like 2014, back when I was like a little kid and shit. Those videos used to kind of like go around the web. And nowadays, yeah, that shit's scrub fucking bare.
Yeah, dude. Oh, there's like nothing. But yeah, like, I mean, okay, I'll just say this one other part about it all. It's just crazy or whatever. But look, and I'm not making like, dude, I have no idea. But one thing, dude, that like since I found FE, is that one thing I found since I found FE is that like you know like people talk about a lot of the old maps and stuff, and like you look at some of it and you look at like I read I read Captain Cook's book and stuff, you know, and it talks about the giants and just like all this different stuff in our world. And anyhow, all that to say that like I found all these like statues of like dude, like you can find all these statues and stone carved murals of like for example the Naga in like the Hindu, they're like half snake people. And then like in Japan there's like dude there's this one like really famous sculpture in Japan, and dude it's a straight up lizard man but in a samurai suit. Like it's fucking weird. And I don't think those people back then were just making shit up, or you know what I mean, like they weren't. I don't know. I think they were making real life accounts, you know, and we discount it now, but maybe that's just because our world's different right now. But just because our world isn't like it was, you know, it could have been different back then, and we just discount it because it's like I can't find a unicorn. That's dumb. I think those people were smart, and you wouldn't just carve a stone statue for nothing, you know. Like so, who knows what came into this realm before?
What about outer ponder reptilians? I had to say it.
Or inner ponder if they're at the North Pole.
Yeah, that too. Oh yeah, somebody was talking about that the other day. There was a pseudo debate about whether like the North Pole is where Satan lives, I guess, because of Santa, or is it where the Creator lives, which is the other side of the argument. Not that either one is necessarily true, But it was just interesting to hear that there was like a serious debate between people about whether that was actually where the creator and or the opposite of people, like what people think of as the opposite of the creator is Satan. Interesting ideas. And the whole thing about the emerald rainbow, you know, in the Bible, I guess there's a reference to a rainbow that's an emerald in color, which is the possible parallel to the aurora borealis.
Problem is, the Bible says the creator's in heaven, not the North Pole.
But who knows if heaven, if it's not the heaven, I mean, if heaven could be like the
You think
top
it's like
of
a
this world,
beanstalk that goes up to heaven almost?
maybe. But I don't think about heaven as above us, and I don't know why that. Maybe that's another conflation. That's not necessarily above us. I don't know. I mean, that's unknown. I don't know if it's knowable, but it seems unreachable as far as knowing for sure.
No, it's
I mean,
definitely above.
even if there is a heaven in the same way we might think about it, I don't know. Seems like it's the answer people want, and not to get into the religious debate, but I think that the fairy tale people hope for is that there's a heaven we all go to and live like as individuals and spend time with each other in an afterlife. I think that it could be true, but it does seem like the perfect fairy tale for people to believe into, if it is a fairy tale.
What do you guys think though? Like, I mean, it's legit, right? Like, if the Earth is flat, right? Like, I mean, we've been lied about where we are and who we are, or whatever. I mean, that it makes the world Dungeons and Dragons, right? Because other things could have came in that might have left. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of, I don't know. Sometimes I'm scatterbrained. I'm sorry.
Could you say it again, kind of like what you were trying to get at, or do you want to abandon it?
No, I'm just saying, like, I think it's kind of like a good point, right? Like how there could be surrounded by realms, and we don't really know because we don't really know. We just know we've been lied to at this point. So, like other things coming into our realm from other realms, like that would make sense, right?
Yeah, it would.
And that's why there's myths and legends, and there you see all these, things that they say aren't real, but maybe they were,
Right. And they do play into that, and they whether there's ultimate truths that or have something to do with it, they do play into the idea that that nothing is real, right? Like there was a conference out in California that I always bring up, which is was called Question Everything, and it was like pseudo flat Earth conference, right, or pseudo flat Earth meetup or whatever, or it wasn't a meetup, it was a conference, but it included like the Mandela effect and everything else. So it was like like maybe the military operation or the Illuminati operation is to convince people that there's no objective reality, so they can then get us into this virtual reality mindset that the digital reality is just as good as our real reality because nothing here is really real anyway, and might as well be a simulation, and then they can give us the simulation to live in. It seems like that would make sense, right? That they might do it that way.
Yeah, I think the simulation thing is definitely like that's bullshit. We don't live in a simulation. I think that whole thing is just to like a fucking make people nihilistic. Like, oh, none of it matters. I'm in a video game.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'd say we live in a simulation of our mind, but our minds are
like our thoughts create our reality for sure, but it's not like it changes our reality with our thoughts necessarily. But what we think about things is our reality in a way.
No, I'm saying like your whole reality that you perceive is not like that doesn't even need to match reality at all. It's just your perception of it in a sense. Like obviously it seems to match reality, but I think that there's like a whole other side that's just not perceivable, right? So I guess in that sense it's kind of legit. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's awesome that the hive mind is, like we're able to say things openly, regardless of how crazy it sounds, and have this hive mind that's kind of analyzing these things, which is what made it possible for us all to realize that it's not a spinning ball, without being able to like show the videos and look at the details of it and have the speculation and open-mindedness about it and figure out there's no way it's a spinning ball. Then it opened the door to all these other things that are grander deceptions. Because if you don't know that 9/11 or some of these other bigger truths are that well orchestrated, you don't even consider some of these other things. And then it gets mixed in with, oh, they're controlling everything. There's nothing that's not real. Like then people go overboard with it and they try to like then use that bigger truth to like possibly, present some of these other things that may or may not be true. But because this person is telling you it's not a spinning ball, you might believe other things they're saying. Like with 9/11, like the gurus that were saying 9/11 was an inside job, then you might think, okay, well, they're telling me the truth about the thing that they really don't want us to know. Well, then other things they're saying must be true as well, like Alex Jones or whoever. Think about the whiteboards they must have, like the meetings they must have. That would be an interesting thing to recreate for a movie or for just for fun, an animation or something. Like all of the thoughts that the considerations they had going forward, and how they were gonna present the truth and use the truth to sell us more lies to eventually lead us to ancient ancestor outer ponder invasion or whatever they're planning. And it does seem like it might help to try to figure it out. Rather, a lot of people don't like the speculation, but it seems like trying to figure out where the game board's at, like in a chess game, where you're like, is this the move they might make? Well, if they made this move, would it benefit them this way? What would people do if they made this move? Well, that seems like a likely move. We should watch out for that to happen and not, buy into it, or, figure out what to do if we can't do anything about them doing it. Could we protect ourselves in some way? Could we have like a sustainable, off-grid living by that point? Those kind of things.
Dude, that's what I mean, that's obvious. For me, that's my solution, is just I need to eventually get to where I'm just as off-grid and self-sufficient as possible. And that would be a happy life for me. I would be so happy doing that.
Yeah, good thing that we all possibly could maybe work on that at some point, or if there's enough people that are interested in trying to help with that.
Yeah, like I have some really cool business models, I think. Like I would really like to do like a Curtis Stone urban farm to food truck thing. I think that would be really popular. Yeah, so I don't know, I got some other ideas too. I came up with some really cool composting method, like gardening methods too.
Yeah, something different.
Yeah, like I mixed like Hugel culture with I basically like I started studying agriculture, just agriculture or whatever, and I just noticed like people be like, yeah, like back to Eden's the best way, no till, or like they'd have like whatever, and I was like, wait, why does it have to be just one? Why not put all of them together? And man, it was so cool. Like I got like all these businesses in my town to like save their food, like their plate scraps and stuff, and like I hooked up with this guy. He has like a tree trimming business, like a big commercial like tree. He's like the largest tree cutting business in my city, and like he has like a farm and stuff, and like dude, I've just like taken hundreds of thousands of pounds of just food waste, and we mix it in with the wood chips, because he's just got like huge piles of wood chips, and we have these huge like compost piles and stuff, and I don't know, there's just Yeah, all this cool stuff, you know.
Have I sent you my Ebner effect links yet? You know about the Ebner effect?
What is it?
This guy noticed that the plant was growing towards this electrostatic field that he had in his home for some reason. But the electrostatic field was the plant was actually growing towards that rather than the sun. And he started looking into it, and then like I guess the two guys that were like talking about it most or documenting the Ebner effect ended up dead. From what I heard from, I haven't verified that necessarily yet because I haven't looked into that part of it. But the Ebner effect, I think, is acknowledged as a real thing, and it's basically exposing seeds and or plants to an electrostatic field, which allows the seeds to then become genetically uh, more robust and fruitful, and it could actually reach back into the genetic code and create a species of plant or fish or whatever that was extinct that is actually more adaptable to the environment. And they don't want us knowing this because it would do away with pesticides and GMOs. And they want to sell us chemicals to protect our plants, which these wouldn't need, and GMOs to make them more robust and plentiful, which this would also do away with. So they've hidden it.
Wow, dude, yeah. Like, I mean, so like already for my stuff, because like if you read like, you know, most people will be like, oh yeah, you can't compost meat, you can't compost cheese, you know, blah blah. They have all these rules. And like, dude, I started following Torah and I you know, I stopped eating pork, and so I had like you know, I still do that. But anyhow, like when I stopped eating pork, I was like, oh well, I gotta, you know, get rid of all this food. And dude, so I just buried like 5 pounds of sausage, pork sausage, in a hole, dude, and I planted a pumpkin right on top of it. Bro, it like the people are driving by my house going like, what the like what do you feed that thing, dude? I'm like, sausage. Yeah, like you could trench compost anything. And uh not only that, but like one thing that I found out too was the insects, because like dude, like I was like dumps when I first started, dude, I was even dumpster diving stuff. And dude, like I found out later even that like the maggots or you know whatever that it's like called chitin or whatever, but it's like the bug exoskeleton. When the plant's roots touch that, they like freak out and they like put up like a super immune system. Well, dude, I didn't have to spray anything, dude. I didn't have to spray anything. Like all my plants were completely like I they were it was fucking amazing, dude. Like they're super healthy, like had way more fruit. Like people were like tripping out. I mean, I did make my entire yard a garden, but people like tripping out like,
Nice.
oh, I can't believe how big that pumpkin is or that watermelon. And I didn't have to spray anything. I didn't have to fertilize anything. Like the only thing I did was I did compost tea. That was it. And I just like buried, you know, sausage and like I did hugel culture too and biochar. I kind of mixed everything together, like I said. And yeah,
Nice.
dude, it was insane, dude. It was so insane.
And you're into the electro horticulture or the electro gardening ideas and using the wood chips. I heard you say that.
Yeah, dude. So, okay, so yeah, like I just found out about electroculture, dude. Like I just kind of found a flat Earth. I finally was like, let myself look at this shit. Um, but
Right.
yeah, but yeah, I found I haven't understand. Like I think there's an ether now, you know.
Right.
So yeah, dude.
Tomorrow
Like
night, by the way, another Ether roundtable we're gonna do.
dude, Alan's the man, dude. Like that, like Alan's stuff is what made me go, okay, like this is not bullshit. Like this is fucking real. Look at this, you know.
Yeah, dude, he's killing it.
crushing, dude. Shout out to Space Audits, who's ever better tune in, boy.
Yeah. Shout out to Toby for making the Ether Cosmology channel for us to do the roundtables at and post information if anybody wants to look up the Ether Cosmology spelled with AETHER rather than just an E. But yeah, the ether's that's the next step in flat Earth, in my opinion. Like just the idea that there's like something that's metaphysical that seems to be actually identifiable.
Yeah, I can't wait, man. This next year, I'm gonna do. I didn't get to do it this year. I had a bunch of just terrible shit happen to me this summer, but
Sucks.
yeah, it's life. But but yeah, this next summer, I'm so on it. Like, I've got my yard just, dude. I buried so many trees, dude. Like, people just, it's crazy, dude. With the shit they send to the landfill, like, I'm like, bro, like, like, that's a hugel bed, and you can make a bunch of like grow a bunch of food. I don't know,
Right?
man.
So
I
much
have some.
waste. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, the waste, man. The waste is crazy. I was
Yeah.
like, dude, I was just like, I seriously, like, when I think about it all, it just blows my mind. I'm like, it's literally engineered. Like, they have engineered society to be so inefficient and so bullshit. And people don't know. And so they just think it's fucking normal. And so they just go along with it. And it's wild to me, man. Like, just, it's fucked up.
Yep. But it's such a
It's,
resource. It's kind of good though for people that want to take advantage of that and realize it, use it. Not to say
yeah.
it's a good thing, but yeah, you can use that shit, right?
Yeah, dude, fuck yeah. I mean, like, literally nothing should go in the landfill. Like, there shouldn't be a landfill. Like, I can't really think of a reason anything should go in there. I mean, pretty much the plastic you can turn into diesel. There's no sense in any organic material. Like, that's stupid. You could just grow food with it. Um, yeah, and then, I mean, what else is left? Like, all the metals can be recycled, like, what the fuck else is in there? I guess there's like some weird chemicals or whatever, which, okay, fine. No big
Yeah.
deal.
Yeah, figure out how to get rid of the chemicals rather than putting it back in our water supply or, using the aluminum fucking sodium fluoride to control people's minds and make them less intelligent. Yeah, that would be a good thing to make sure that doesn't happen. So weird how you can't even talk to some of these people that are, buying into the mainstream, but the mainstream itself is admitting that it's sodium fluoride they're putting in the water, and it's been like cases won in court. Countries that don't even allow it, municipal cities and other counties that have like excluded the use of fucking fluoride in the water supply. But then it's like still like a misunderstood fact amongst people that just think fluoride is fluoride, and it might as well be calcium fluoride, which might be good for your teeth, which is not the same thing as sodium fluoride, which is like a byproduct of aluminum that actually is terrible for your teeth. How that could still be like so open, like it's open information. It's not something that you can even hide at this point. But how are you going to get people to look into some of these other things if they can't even see the one thing that's like right there in your face, fluoride in the water?
Dude, yeah, I mean, it's so much stuff, but that's the thing is, like, their system, everything is engineered so garbage can that, it's engineered so garbage can that, I mean, that's how we win, bro. It's like, literally just like, oh, like, look how much better life is when it's not, this inefficient nightmare,
Yeah.
I think that's the thing, because they like the system right now, sir. The system right now thrives off of lack and inefficiency. Once people like, that's all we have to do. We just have to start building efficient systems and then it's like a no-brainer. It's like, who the fuck would want to participate in their bullshit? That's where they lose their power, I think.
I don't know if they'll lose their power. I think that we could maybe like sidestep their power. I don't know if it's like, not to say it's like unachievable, but I think that might be the goal that they want us to think is the ultimate goal, like to overthrow them. You know, which I don't know. I don't know that that's attainable, but I think it's probably more at least readily attainable to sidestep and get off grid or whatever you can do to, like, build a community of people that are aware of these things and somehow found a way around
Yeah.
it.
Ultimately, with the economy sliding down the tubes as the way it is, and the quote unquote elite plan to build these 15-minute cities, there's going to be breakaway societies, especially if we go to like a digital dollar. Not everybody's going to buy into that. So like that style of living and efficiency and like upcycling is going to be kind of a matter of necessity at some point for people that don't want to be part of the whole track and trace new world, digital ID system. I agree with y'all.
Right.
But it could be just like a matter of necessity for a lot of society.
Yeah. They may make it a lot harder to do that too, if that becomes too popular.
The thing is, though, is like, in my opinion, they're gonna, dude. The thing is that their system's gonna be so unpopular. People are gonna be like, "This is garbage can." When things are efficient, when things make sense, people will want to do it. And not only that, but like, if there are breakaway groups that are living like that, it's not going to be popular to fuck with those people. You know what I mean? Or try to ruin what they're doing. And that's the thing, is that they have to get people to agree to their bullshit. And we're going to be less likely to agree if things are, make sense and are, I don't know, if things make sense and are efficient and a good thing.
Oh, no, are you still here?
Yeah.
I just posted the Biggie and Tupac becoming a Kill the MC and whoever the other guy is they're calling in the band Jurassic 5. Some of those pictures are there. I have more. Oh, you just look into it on YouTube as well. Oh, also, looks like Dodo wants unmuting. If you can't do it, I should maybe try.
Do you have a picture of Jurassic 5 all together?
Yep.
Oh, wow. The Tupac is pretty convincing. The Biggie is a little... some of these photos aren't the best. Okay, I see that.
They even say that the guy Adam from Beastie Boys might be in that. The white guy is Adam. I haven't looked too deeply into that, but I can see what they're saying, I guess, with it from first glance. Ad Rock, I guess his name. Or was it Ad Rock or the other guy that died? Whatever the Beastie Boys guy is that died. And that's crazy. If it's easy, they're saying it's Easy E as well in there. Easy E and some other dude that's also famous. Dead rapper guy. I'll probably end up erasing all these photos because I usually don't leave all these these. For some reason, I usually tend to go back and erase these because I don't know if that some of them, like, I guess these aren't as big a deal, like, because these are like mainstream type ideas. But some of them seem like they almost, like, I don't want my name attached to like posting them. But yeah, I'll leave these up, I guess.
Did you ask me something, New Perspective?
No, but where do you live, by the way? What area? They don't have to say where, but like, you're up north, right? Are you in Canada or something? Near Canada?
No, I'm in Colorado.
Oh, Colorado. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
You have to wait for the summer for your growing season, huh? You have you thought about doing like a greenhouse or anything?
Yeah, dude. So like, yeah, I don't know. Like, some people have seen what I've been doing. There's this lady that has like a 30-foot by 100-foot greenhouse, like I don't know, maybe like 5 acres. she's like, I'm getting too old for this. You got to take it over. I was like,
Oh,
okay.
cool. That's good.
Yeah,
She's
dude.
just gonna give it to you, huh? You live close
Well,
enough by, or would you just go there?
it's like this old lady, and she's like been running this organic farm for like ever. And she's like, she's like, I don't have anybody to take it over. And I was like, okay, well, um, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to like, I've got my food truck, but like, and dude, like, it's so close to done, dude. It's painfully close to done. But I had this like reach-in fridge, and or it's like a sandwich prep table. It's like a 72-inch sandwich prep table or fridge, I should say. And it fucking blew up on me, dude. That's like
Oh, lame.
grand, dude. And plus, like, I already had to get like a fryer and a freezer was my last move. Yeah, like
Wait, your
I've got
fridge blew up on you? Like when you say blew up, you mean it just like fizzled out, like the motor doesn't run anymore or something?
yeah. So like you have like there's like a starting equipment for the compressor, and like I was like, oh, this thing, it probably just needs a new capacitor because it's like a single phase motor, and so you have to hit it really hard with electricity to get the motor to start spinning. So they have this big capacitor in there, and the capacitor blew up. And what I figured out was, oh, then that means that the bearings are seized up, and the capacitor just up there, trying to dump into the motor. And it could. So anyhow, yeah, it's
How
just
much would it cost to fix it? Not as much as the fridge would be. Rebuying it would be easier almost.
yeah, dude. Like I have to buy like if I wanted to, I could do it myself, but I'd have to buy like the tools. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
and the compressor,
What
and
about paying somebody? How much would it cost to pay someone to fix it? More than it's worth?
I mean, well, that's the thing is it's like by the time you you
Pay
know,
for labor. Yeah, everything.
yeah, thirds of the way to a new one, and I'm like, and this thing's all been all bubbled up. Like when I was going through it, there was like wires with 4 splices in it, and like people are putting self tappers in it to try to cobble it back together. I was like, oh no, I'm not. So yeah, so like, but yeah, dude, like I got like a V twin, 1,000 cc generator, and I bought like the propane kit, and what else do I got? I got like I got the 6 burner like commercial stove. It's like a really nice Royal one, like brand new. The griddle, the grill. I got 2 ovens. I got like a double freaking hood, a double over hood with the fire suppression system all in. And what else do I got? Yeah, like I got a bunch of stuff, dude. Like I just have to finish it. So
But okay, wait. So when we were talking about the woman that was giving you you're going to take the greenhouse. She just offered it to you, or what was the? Pretty
yeah,
cool.
dude. Like they're just she was, it's like, yeah. So she's just like, yeah, if you want to take this over, that's awesome. So I think like once I get the food truck going, then I'll have more. I can make some more money, and I'll have more. Then I'll have a lot of startup capital once I get going, and then I can even try to hire somebody, and what I'd like to do is like a farm to food truck, or like farm to plate, and that'll be my thing. Like even the meat, dude. I even want to do the meat eventually.
Nice.
Because, dude, because it's such a big deal, right? Like the food, just how terrible it is.
Yeah. Even the food that seems like great food, like you don't know if it's GMO or if there was like, the steak came from a cow that was, engineered or whatever.
Yeah, man, and it's the one thing that that's the thing too. Yeah, it's the one thing everybody agrees on. There's not even normies are like, yeah, I don't really want to eat Roundup.
Yeah, totally. And that's why the Ebner effect. Oh, I'll send you the Ebner effect links.
Yeah, I want to check that out. I'm like a freaking plant nerd, man.
Oh shit, you'll love this.
Yeah, I never even heard of that. Yeah, yeah, dude. Like even the freaking I don't know, like the quail. Quail is like it's the highest, the fastest meat and egg yielding bird. It's like full grown and laying an egg in 10 weeks, which is just retarded.
Wow.
So yeah, and I found out. Oh, and the really cool thing about quail too is because they fall under like a um they fall under like the regulations are different. I forget. It's like an exotic bird or something. I forget exactly how they're labeled, but like, dude, the FDA doesn't regulate them. Like, you just get NPIP certified, which is like pretty easy to do. They just take the health of a couple birds, and in most states, pretty much after that, you can harvest and sell them even to restaurants, which is like every other meat protein source is like so regulated, like it's like almost impossible. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's a fucking big headache. So the quail are like, it's like really, you have a lot of freedom when trying to operate
Wow.
with it.
And it's healthy for you too. Like the quail eggs are supposed to be really good, right?
Yeah, like the quail eggs, they call it like in China, it's considered like medicine. Like if you have asthma, they prescribe you 2 quail eggs a day. It's really good.
Sweet. Yeah, it seems like that is the way forward for people that want to avoid some of the things that might be getting worse. Yeah.
Dude, that's what I really think would be would make sense for change is start coming up with business models. You know what I mean, and growing them and I don't know. Yeah, like us being like, yeah, we're just kind of going to do our own thing over here.
Right? Yeah, you're right. Even the mainstream realizes the food's fucking bad. Like, talk to them about you can't talk to them about flat Earth, but you can talk to them about the food. That's for sure. So there would be a business model based on that alone that might be viable. Oh, I gotta take this phone call. I'll come back. Fuck. I'll be back.
All right, brother.
Snacks, what up?
Yo, what's up, man?
Chilling.
You breathing, conscious, awake? Wow, it's crazy, man.
I'm up.
I'd go back to sleep if I were you.
I gotta do DoorDash. I haven't done DoorDash in a whole week, bro. I have a
Have you
minimum
been too
of
tired to
$100.
DoorDash, bro?
Yeah, I gotta make $100 a week at least.
Ah,
And it's the first of the month on some Bone Thugs shit.
Mm.
I get $400 a month.
yeah, I'm just trying to be doing a lot of eBay lately.
You've been selling stuff on eBay?
Listing stuff.
Does that mean it's not selling, or?
Well, I mean, I just started like a couple days ago, so. But it took me
Oh,
like
no
3
doubt.
weeks of procrastination to even get to there. So, you know, I mean, I think this is an achievement.
Were you like garage selling, or you just selling like old crap you had around the house?
Well, yeah, like garage sale and I don't know. I just do it. I've just been like stockpiling things, and I'm like, oh, that's good for cheap, you know. It's just pocket money I'd otherwise like fucking spend on something stupid. But I'm
It's
sure
snowing out.
it's snowing out. No shit.
My wife just texted me it's snowing. I don't even know if I want to go do DoorDash now. Son of a b. I knew, dude. I can't DoorDash in the summer because my schedule changes. So like all summer the kids are out of school. Then I can't DoorDash. I mean, I can DoorDash in the snow. I have a little Mario Kart go-kart car though, so it's tough.
Yeah. You'd have to like like probably just like OnlyFans it, you know, just for a couple months out of the year just to cover everything.
Let me know how you make out on this eBay thing, because